Hello everyone, CMeeCraft here, and welcome to the stream. We're back with Galaxy Princess Zorana today. I will win this election eventually. And hopefully today's the day. Let's not waste much time, let's get into this. Alright, let us start. Okay, and of course, we've been through a lot of this text before, so we are mostly going to be skipping stuff we've already seen before at this point. Saves my time, saves your time. But, yeah. So, rotten day. What is my pet today? What area of the wheel is the best to be able to easily always go back to? But it's one way. Because the blob gets you down to the bottom zone. Give me the viper. Because I think that gets you to, like, the social zone, kind of. It hissed at me and didn't want to cuddle. Oh. Okay, so my dad is dead. We will make the announcements. The Empire deserves to know the truth. We should announce it. So I do have a specific strategy for this time. Alright, the council has been disbanded. We will keep the decision. Do we want Corundi's protection? Might as well. Yeah. I don't think anything really came of getting attacked. Well, not attacked, but spoken to by the concubine. So that's fine. Alright, I'm determined. Okay, we do have some contortion. That can be useful. So what is our strategy? Our strategy... Well, basically, our big blunder last time is we courted some people that were in Lucamir's, like, sphere of influence already. That was our big problem. We were, like, actually really close to having the votes. We were, like, one off, but then some of my advisors betrayed me. So, one thing we are definitely going to do is we're going to investigate Lucamir, make sure we know his entire, like, network, so we don't get anyone that's loyal to him on our staff. Now, as for this, I think right now, let's go reflexes. Survivability is important. I can wheel and deal, but you gotta survive. I'm in my bed, and then the woman comes in. We think she's attacking me. My snake's name is, of course, Slither. Okay. Let's talk to Mazarin. Okay, what have we not asked him about previously? He looks rumpled, as if he has been sleeping well. So something you wish of me, Princess Zorana? Interaction basic fail. Let's ask about Corundi. I don't think we've done that. We may have done that before. How well do you know her? How do I know I can trust what she tells me? How do you know that you can trust my answer? You must learn how to read people for yourself. She killed a woman right in front of me. I'm sure she had her reasons. To the best of my knowledge, Corundi has served with distinction for more than a fivum. However, if you rely solely on the threshold to provide your intelligence reports, you will not know anything she does not wish you to know. Your father pursued his own research as well. You really can't trust anyone. If you will excuse me, I have many preparations to make. Yes, of course. Hello, Flipside Forest. Welcome, welcome. Yo. Yes, of course. Is your father's shadow not yours? His time is ended. You must go on alone. Okay, what is our mood right now? Currently cautious. I don't mind compliant, I don't think. Interaction gunnery. Gunnery could be fine. Okay. Let's talk to Corundi. Anything going on? Good day. Not aware of any threats. What did you find out of the woman who broke into my room? Who was she working for? Esmerai. She was a member of the Emperor's harem. Okay. She thought she was going to be consort. How did she get into my room? Got the override codes. We have rekeyed all the systems, of course. However, if those codes leak, they will no longer function. Okay. Let us... I think we ought to review the schedule in all likelihood. Yeah. I think getting some interaction skills. We want to be a good politician, right? We want to be survivable, good politician. And maybe have a hobby or two as well. We are not going to try to impress the Space Pope with a game of... whatever it was called. Alright, so what's going on here? Speak the death of traveling far and wide. Okay, extending the recapitalization thresholds. Economics impossible, great. Deception basic. I don't know what that means. Suppose the Emperor did not consult you on matters of finance. Okay, I need to make contacts and alliances, of course, yes. So this is like the tutorial of how the thing works. I've got knowledge skills. Okay. Marriage. Marriage alliances are traditional, of course. Okay. Thank you, I'll speak to you again later. Okay. We could get some intrigue skills for ourselves, but Corinne's pretty good at that. I actually think... I've, like, never learned any of these skills myself, because I always just trust that my advisors will be competent. But... how much... I think I only need to get up to, like, 20 science to unlock faster movement speed, which might be worthwhile. Being able to move a little faster before we get a proper science advisor. That, or... we could just make the first schmuck we see be our science advisor. I know we've historically been doing the one guy, but he's like super far away. Thing is, I'm not planning on going to that part of the galaxy for a really long time. Right. So... give me some rhetoric, give me some deception. Yeah, and I think, like, basically, our science advisor, we just want someone basic who can get us just a little bit of, like, travel speed. Alright. The regular status reports. The harem's uncleared. Lovely. Okay, there's a funeral. When is it? Okay, after, yep. Mazarin has not carried out the ceremony. Great. Have you spoken to Mazarin? Okay. It can wait for now, I guess. Until we have final proof of the Emperor's fate or a new Emperor takes the throne, it is not a dishonor to wait. Very well. You gather up the papers and hurry away to your room before you can be presented with any more problems. I've got a message. Oh, from my friends! Yeah, I should probably invite them. Okay. Yes, I know who my friends are. Both of them. Yeah, sure. Flirted with both of them. I don't think we can talk to Mazarin right now, because he's... yeah, I'm not really sure there's much to do at the moment. Talk to Grundy, I guess. It's not aware of threats. And Mazarin, I don't think we can visit, because he's... yeah. Friends are important, indeed. Maybe we can win the election with the power of friendship. I'd like to get a bit of emotion. I think just being able to get that read on people early is good. And I kind of like being in this indulgent social zone for a bit. So we'll relax. Okay. I can warp to new locations. Huzzah. Okay. Oh, hold on. One of those things said, like, how long... Okay. We're going... So, my strategy for this time, because we got the whole galaxy to worry about here. Merca 1 is obviously the seat of Imperial power, so it makes sense to go there relatively soon. If we wait too long, Lukamir is really going to, once he enters into the election, take, like, a lot of those electors away from us. However, we have horrible skills at the moment, so the only way we're going to win over a lot of these people is by offering them positions in the cabinet. But we've found out through previous runs that if we get loyalty from Lukamir's people by giving them positions in the cabinets, they are going to turn on us. I think we probably need to do their actual mission if we want them to be favorable to us. So it's probably a waste of time to go to Merca 1 until we can actually start fulfilling some actual missions. So I think the best place we can go right now is Tharkas 1. I think we can probably get we can get all 3 electors on side in Tharkas 1 pretty easily. In fact, we might be able to just about run the tables in the whole Tharkas system, swing by Mao, go to Merca 2, and then finally hit Merca 1. Now, we're probably going to have lost a lot of at least a few electors to Lukamir by the time we make it to Merca 1, but it should hopefully be worthwhile. So let's start by going to Tharkas 1. Okay, we have a problem. There's always a problem. Ah, yes, Mazarin has disappeared. Well then, that's a bit of a problem. Maybe he's a coward. He just doesn't want to die, man. Most likely, yes. We'll just do nothing. We'll ignore it. I don't want to draw attention to what Mazarin's done. It could be a scandal. Don't say anything. Don't do anything. Let everyone forget. Most likely we'll never hear from him again. Right, because it's in his interest to lie low. He's not going to go flaunt his survival. Okay, I need empathy. I need at least basic empathy. Ooh, the one guy at this planet does also got music. I could maybe get that, but art seems a bit... Let's get some allure. I mean, that helps with my... allure. Understands what others find appealing. Use flirtation, friendship, and fashion and marketing. Yeah, that should be good. Alright, messages of sympathy are waiting from the Nuven family. I do miss my brother somewhat. Yeah. And he may be a traitor, but he's family. Oh, I have no etiquette at all. Dang it. Hello, thanks for coming. You smile, hoping to lighten the mood of the room, but your guests look disapproving. You'd like to speak to them each individually, but it's awkward. You'd have to pick one to address first, and the others would be right there watching and listening, but they might feel slighted. Do I have rhetoric skill? I don't think I do. I've got a little bit of rhetoric skill. Let's just address them together. I failed. As you know, my name is Zorana, and I am the daughter of the Emperor and his only direct heir, since my brother's defection. I've come here to meet you all so that you can get to know me better and make up your mind about who you want to support in the election. I'll talk to you privately later, but for now, do you have any questions? Now you've turned the spotlight back onto them. Any point they raise in their own favor will be heard by the others. The woman's wings twitch. Your brother was the proposed heir until quite recently. You're very young and have not been active in galactic politics. What are your credentials? How are you qualified to rule an empire? I don't know about history, and I don't think I have any deception skills. I've got a little deception. Probably not enough. I'm a student. Not taken an active role in politics up until this point, no. That is because I have been prioritizing my education at the finest academies on Kedrau, as my father wished. Oh, poor Zorana. You can't get this job straight out of college, alright? You need at least 5 years experience for this entry-level position, don't you know? Learning is a lifelong goal, not something to be completed and set aside. My priorities have changed with the situation. Now I have tutors and advisors to learn from. I promise you I'm not idle. Azara sniffs, visibly unimpressed. Abrod puffs up his chest, the medals on his uniform glinting. Tell me, what is your experience with the military? Have you served a tour of duty? Surely he knows that you haven't. You're too young for official service. Is this meant to be a trick question or simply an embarrassment? Your brother joined the fleet and that didn't end well. I have no gunnery in spaceships. I leave it to the experts. I am of course too young for military service as of yet, and my duties to the Empire may not allow me that freedom in the future. Of course I understand the importance of the military to the safety of the Celestial Empire. That is why I rely on experts such as the Star Admiral to advise me. Abrod looks unimpressed. Reg clears his throat, then presses his hands flat to his sides. I know very little about you as an individual. If I might ask, are there any forms of music you found particularly enjoyable? Music practiced. Alright, we would have had some benefit to basic music here. You've never really given much thought to music beyond the latest pop sensation Kedra. Somehow you don't think the experts will be impressed by the singers your old schoolmates thought were to die for. You've heard of a few famous composers from American history, of course. Would that do? Yeah, nothing in particular. No, I'm not very musical. A pity. And now perhaps some refreshments? At your signal, servants enter bearing trays of light beverages and exquisite cheese. The small talk must continue, but the pressure will now be less. You need some time to think before you can decide how they feel about you. Alright. I think we're probably going dinner party for some more interaction. We got interaction and emotion, but we'll probably focus on interaction because if we're ping-ponging between these two, we can always do emotion on an indulgence, so we'll have a dinner party. Okay. We will stay in Darkest Prime. The screen is chiming incessantly. I think it's my friends. My friends! Come on, let's have a big party! I'm indulgent now. I'd love to see both of you. We can have our own party just the way we like. Music, chocolates, sparklers, wine. I'm in charge of the palace now, so they have to give me whatever I want. That's an exaggeration, but it sounds impressive, doesn't it? Ooh, can we see the crown jewels? Maybe if you promise not to take them. Oh. I'm sure I can find you a pretty crystal somewhere to take home. I'm holding you to it. We look forward to seeing you. More empathy and allure makes sense, I'd say. Are you invited to the party? Sure. The whole chat's invited. Okay. So I'm still students level in allure. Okay. You wait eagerly for your friends to disembark. Zorana! She runs up and hugs you. Hello. How are you? Have you been sleeping okay? You look tired. What have they done to you? That must be very difficult. Okay. What is? You could be your advisors. No, they're trying to move up in the world. I don't know. Okay. My friends are only here for this turn, so we will... Let's get them both on board as advisors, actually. Just to get the stats. It does waste a bit of time, but hopefully the stats will make up for it eventually. Cabinet position, please. Okay. They're always watching you. Watching over me, I hope. So, do you want to join my cabinet? Russ laughs. No, not really. Politics is not my style at all. However, you are my friend, and I hate to see you suffering here all alone. I'm willing to play the role of an advisor for media and culture, temporarily. That way you know you have someone near you who isn't trying to stab you in the back. But I don't want to be a lookout, so you need to replace you before you become Empress. I appreciate that, thank you. Okay, 30. So I can denounce people now. Xena. Cabinet position. You want? So this is what the cabinet chamber looks like. So I thought the walls would be more dark and mysterious. You sure you want to join? To be seated at the heart of all your secret government deals, of course. Then I am happy to have you as my external curator, head of galactic relations. She squeaks with joy and kisses you on the cheek. Alright. So that's gonna help, probably. I would like to know what Uprod's quest is. Let's negotiate. Or hold on, I've done this before, haven't I? It's just military skill, isn't it? I can't do that. Let's go Ridged then. I'm gonna offer him a position in the cabinet, straight up. Because I think a great deal of travel. Yes, please travel with me. I think it's the Legate of the Law. I think that, I mean, he's old. He probably knows about law. Is that Commerce, Science, or Chancellor? But I think law fits him the best. His eyes sparkle. Okay. It would be my pleasure to serve you in this capacity, Your Imperial Highness. Then we have a deal. 75. I can analyze voting history. I have an automatic voting history analysis. Okay. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Okay, we're gonna have a dinner party again. We'll be staying in Tharkus 1. I've got some more deals to make. Or Tharkus Prime, sorry. The cabinet room, what's going on? We've received a message from the Star Admiral. Right, so... in Iskvital, by the Drog system... Oh, Muzina helps with this. Iskvital are something like giant space moths. And they cluster around stars to feed, blocking out the light. A swarm of them plunged the Nova and homeworld into an ice age, nearly wiping out their civilization. That was a long, long time ago, but it's hard to forget. Unfortunately, as space-strong organisms, they're impervious to most damage and nearly impossible to kill. Okay, the danger's not high. What shall we do? Just take a position in the drug sector, just in case. Well, cautious. Just monitor the situation. We need to monitor the situation. Tell the Admiral to take up position in the drug sector and keep watch. If there's one thing you gotta know about politics, it's 80% of the time, the people just want you to do something. Doesn't matter if it's effective or not, just do something. Make it look like you care. Attacking it would be reckless, but just, yeah, watching it, monitoring it, that's doing something at least. Alright. I like a little more etiquette, a little more rhetoric. Okay. Alright, Wretched likes me. So Obrod, I think his thing has to do with the military. We do not have the skills to pass whatever his thing is. So let's just offer him a cabinet position. And what would I want him to give to be? I mean, military advisor would make sense, but that's not something we can give away. I'm thinking we give him science. He's probably not going to be very good at it, but... it'll be okay. Darkest tradition, ruthless, daring, and xenophile. Huh. Alright, let us offer you a position. You arrange for private dialogue with Obrod and lay out your offer. In exchange for electoral vote, I'm willing to grant you a role within the Celestial Ministry. You'll be one of my closest advisors with influence on Imperial policy. He puffs up his chest, smiling warmly at you. Well, you've come to the right place. I would be happy to provide my guidance. What position were you considering? Legate of Science. He looks surprised for a moment, then recovers his poise. I look forward to the opportunity to serve. You have my vote. Good. 10. Okay, I did not expect him to be good. But we have his vote now. And that would... his mission would have been hard to do otherwise. He doesn't like me very much, but that's fine. Alright, Azara. I believe your mission is, like, law-based. Now that I've got legal advisor, I might be able to do it. So let's negotiate. If not, if we can't do it, I can just make you the advisor of economics. You're really good at that. Alright, you arrange for a private conversation with Azara. Azara scarcely looks up from the notes she is consulting when your call comes through. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? No. When the time for the election comes, I will judge the fitness of every candidate as I see fit. Is there anything I can do to improve your judgment of me? Yes. Be competent. What qualifies as competent in your eyes? Educated, for one thing. A child without degree or accomplishment is not fit to rule. Nor one who pleads for acceptance and approval. Affected by mood social. It's important to build consensus. If you lack the strength to lead. Alright, do you want me to show that I'm educated? Give me a test. Let me prove myself. No time to design your curriculum. If you want a test, try passing the Tharkan Civil Service exam. The bare minimum you would expect for your employees. Bureaucracy basic. Okay, I don't expect you'll manage it. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to talk to someone about the Tennille line. Bureaucracy. Oh, so that might be a bureaucracy thing, not a... Okay. We might need to come back to this. Because, yeah, if bureaucracy itself is a skill... Because I think it is, actually. Can I see skills here? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, okay, bureaucracy is a skill. I don't know offhand what advisor is the best bureaucracy guy. So, I say we just give her the economics position because we know she's good at it. Okay. Commerce advisor. Done. That is fast. Brought in necessary paperwork to my major domo, along with the specifications for the ministerial departments, so that my wife can plan her designs. Now, excuse me, Your Imperial Highness, I have other business to attend to. But at least I have her votes. Okay. Alright, we got 3 votes already. Let us go shopping. Okay. And we got all 3 votes from Tharkus Prime. We can't really ask for better than that. Let's head to Tharkus 3. Next. That elector is more easygoing than the ones on Tharkus 2. Alright. Aid has been sent. A request. The Chook are physically menacing species who originate on high-gravity homeworld. They are large and strong, with dark blue skin, horned heads, and long tails which they can use like whips. They don't often visit Imperial space, but they do a great deal of trade through the Tharkan sectors. They've apprehended a Tharkan merchant. Okay. The best Thark is being overly played. The merchant was probably smuggling illegal drugs. Alright. There's an ongoing labor dispute on one of the major Chook mining colonies. If the government is relying on convicts to work the mines, that might lead them to enforce harsh penalties for crimes to keep the flow of workers steady. Okay, thanks, Xena. What's the response? And we have a understanding of history. An instance like this would never have been sent to your father's table. Not unless it had become such a hot topic on the feeds that there was a huge public outcry. One merchant being arrested for a crime he's actually committed would not be worth an emperor's attention. While it might be possible to put pressure on another government, the standard response would be to provide a hapless merchant with a legal advocate to guide him through the facing the charges. Considering the delicate political situation at the moment, however, ignoring this matter could lose your support among the Tharkans. We don't have menace. We'll just send legal aid to the merchant. All I can do is send a legal advocate to assist the merchant in the Chook court. He has to face the law. You're not about to start a galactic incident, especially when he's guilty anyway. Very well. Have a good day. Okay, I need actually to learn science, because my science advisor is horrible. I think with 2 ticks of science, I think will get us to the point where we can at least travel through space fast. Okay, maybe we need to get up to 30. During the decline and fall of the first global Tharkan civilization, Svargas, yada yada yada. Oh, there has been some political disagreement in the past on whether Svargas moons should be considered separate colonies for representation purposes, since they are smaller territories in the Empire that have electors of their own. Or there are smaller territories. Okay. So it's like the old, like, Wyoming, Puerto Rico deal. Like, why is Puerto Rico not a state if it's, like, 6 times as populous as Wyoming? However, the moons are not currently self-governing, which would be the first requirement for elevated status. They're fully owned and controlled by the planets below. Devolving the moons into separate entities would massively increase the electoral power of this sector, but the established government might not wish to find themselves outnumbered by these tiny neighbors in the sky. In modern times, Svargas is a well-established community of floating cities and undersea habitats. Okay, yep, younger, more progressive. Zorana, hello, so lovely to see you and lovely to be seen. She spins about, showing off colors which, to your eyes, seem painfully bright. Welcome to Svargas, your Imperial Highness. Of course, I'm sorry about your father, but we're very happy to have you. You must be so bored from long travel and all these arrangements. I hope you don't mind, but I've brought along a range of dance partners for you. Have anyone you like. Have all of them. Etiquette basic, okay. Her manners are appalling. Is this meant to be an insult? You are very nearly an empress, not someone to be waved and shouted at. You cannot allow her to treat you this way. You raise your head, looking down your nose at her. Madam Elector, the Heavenly Palace is neither a circus nor a nightclub. We are not here to carouse, but to discuss the future of the Celestial Empire. Neither of us has the luxury of being a child or being stupid. I do not underestimate you, and I expect the same courtesy. I see, my apologies, Your Imperial Highness. No offense was intended. You wave a hand. You are forgiven. Now come, we must make the rounds and greet our guests. Scylla follows in your wake, more subdued now and causes no further disruption. Her husband, whom she eventually remembers to introduce, is properly deferential. You sense that she probably has positive feelings about you. Okay. Let's have a dinner party. We'll be social. We will stay here in Tharkas 3. And we're actually going to have some time to butter her up before we negotiate, I think. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. We must now discuss the matter of the Jubilee holiday. Okay, the celebration. What week would this be on? Like 14? Jubilee, an empire-wide holiday. Celebrating the birth star of a deceased ruler helps cement them as a legendary patron. Turn 15. We're probably going to be near the capital by turn 15, so we'll make it. Let's make it my Jubilee. It's time for a change. Set the Jubilee to match my birth star. I'll make a note of it. Okay, we need one more tick of signs, I think. And then let's get a bit more deception. Okay. We received a report from the Star Admiral. The fleet is preparing to resume regular patrols around the Empire. Perfect. That may make him more difficult to contact. Okay. Matter of security. What's this? Visitor, intoxicated. Okay, the drunk guy. What? Rumors can spread quickly, particularly rumors about cover-ups and conspiracies. Obviously, you did not murder your father. Is it possible that someone did? Does this Hurkin know anything? Is there any truth in the wine, or is it just drunken rambling? Sober him up and release him. Yeah. You tap your finger on your chin. Let's try the unexpected. We've got chemical treatments in labs that can purge alcohol from someone's system and sober them up right away. Since going straight from warm and fuzzy drunk to sharp and bright sober is a bit like slamming a full-length math textbook into the center of your forehead at high speed, it's generally more practical to let people sleep it off, but it can be done for special occasions. I'll go down to say hello, clear the fluff out of his brain, and set him free. He'll probably be terribly embarrassed. Sometimes it's better to kill them with kindness. There we go, my science understanding. Alright, Sola. Let's start by charming and flattering her. You engage Sola in private conversation and attempt to charm her with your personal appeal. Allure expert fail. You guys, you're totally not my type. Americans can be attractive. Your blueness is so exotic, but it's boys that I like. Do Americans really think you look blue? How odd. Empathy, student success. You sense that you prize boss. Okay, so I don't think I made things worse by much. Okay. Let's negotiate. You're in for a private conversation with Sola. I need the support of my lectors in order to formally become empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? I mean, as planned to originally, but now I don't know. I'm not sure you and I are on the same frequency. She holds her hand next to her mouth in a deliberate fake whisper. I'm afraid you might be boring. What do I need to do to prove that I'm not boring them? Do whatever I tell you to do. Doing whatever I tell you to would also be boring? Oh, I have an idea. You should give me a present. Not just any present. Not something anyone could buy. Not some ancient Imperial toast scraper from the back of your treasury. Something unique. She leans back, her eyes gleaming. Impress me. It's a very open-ended request, and Sola will be the only judge of whether you've succeeded. This could be easy, or it could be an endless waste of time. Okay. I guess we'll give it a shot. What do we know about her? She's Tharkus, young, fun, daring, and a xenophile. Let's give her a go. To win Sola's loyalty, you must give her a present. But not anything that can be bought, and not anything that you already own. Would an original creation of yours satisfy her? Oh, no, I'm not artistic. What if you offer an experience rather than an object? You can't impress her by throwing a party. You already hosted a reception for her. And organizing parties is more her skill than yours. Well... I'm not an artist. I'm not a pilot. Piloting could get me killed. A bad piece of art, though. That could be part of the fun. Let's go for it. The most special gift you can provide is surely a one-of-a-kind experience. When else would Sola get the chance to ride in an Imperial flyer? Unfortunately, you know nothing about piloting a spaceship. You'll need to practice before you can show off this way. Okay. So we probably can't do anything with Sola here. And we could offer a cabinet position. She'd probably be pretty good. What would she be good at? Cultural, I'd imagine? So we could maybe can Xena and then bring Sola on board. Yeah. Hold on, so media. Isn't Vasily the one who's on media? Yeah, Xena is on Galactic Relations. I bet Sola would be good at media. So Vasily, I guess we'll take the art lesson, actually. Because we're going to need to spend another turn here anyway. We might as well take the art lesson before we send him off. Yay, 10 visual art. Okay, we'll go shopping, actually, because actually as a turn... I'm not sure how good we need to be at art, but we might be... We'll be able to get up to, what, 40 skill? That might be enough. And we've got the time to try. It's a bit of a detour, but if it works... Okay. Looks like our, the Vestark, Emperor to Ghost and Secret Heir. Yes. I mean, I don't think we bring the kid in. traditionally inconvenient relatives of noble families have been encouraged to join the priesthood. Let us... Yeah, go to become a priest. The child must be offered to the sacra and raised in the temples as a future priest. Devoting his life to the service of the gods and remembrance of ancestors is the best way to honor my father's legacy. Alright. Go become a priest, boy. The drunk Herkin, yes. You met him briefly to deliver the anti-intoxicant, and as you expected, he was extremely embarrassed and struggled to meet your gaze while he made his apologies. He claimed it was all a joke that got out of hand and promised never to drink so much again. He has not repeated the offense since his release. As far as I can tell, he hasn't even mentioned you to anyone, and there are no new rumors in circulation. Well, that's dealt with. You have studying to do. Okay, visual arts. That'll bring us up to skill 40. That might be enough. If I can get out of here without having to dedicate another cabinet slot, that would be obviously our best case scenario. You receive a report from the Imperial Thresher. Mazarin has been sighted on the Twin Worlds. Or en route, rather. Okay. Who knows? Okay. And I don't think I can take another art lesson with Vasily, unfortunately. I could take a music lesson. That probably won't be relevant, and I need to have... Because I want to try. If that doesn't work, I fire and then hire. Or fire Vasily, I think, actually, yeah. Okay. Here we go again. We'll paint her a picture. You set your sights on creating a beautiful personal masterpiece, a one-of-a-kind piece of art. Soul is a free spirit driven by the excitement of the moment. She requires wild strokes and bright colors. Once you're satisfied with your creation, you summon Sola to the palace to receive her gift. Behold! Visual student success, expert failed, but maybe student is enough? She smirks. Well, I guess it's cute. It's not amazing. You've only scratched the surface here. I'm so much more. Keep trying, I'm sure you'll get there eventually. She walks off and you think you can hear a giggle in the distance. Is this all a big joke to her? Expert? Expert level art? Okay. And we can't... Like, I'm not dedicating that much time to you. I'm sorry. Alright, Vasily, you're fired. Vasily, I want to thank you for all your support, but I think it's time I had someone else take your seat in the ministry. That's a relief. Thank you for being a wonderful hostess, but it's time for me to go home. He takes your hand and brushes his lips over the back of your fingers. Alright. Sola! What a cabinet position? Arrange for private dialogue with Sola and lay out your offer. In exchange for Acting World, I am willing to grant you a role within the Celestial Ministry. You will be one of my closest advisors with influence on Imperial policy. What? No. I don't want anything to do with... Wait, which job are you offering me? Legate of Culture. Yeah, you probably could use my help getting in touch with the popular culture. No offense. Alright, you need someone you can trust, right? So I'll take the job, but only for a little while. Once you get settled, you can pick someone else to replace me. You don't want to be part of the Celestial Ministry? Out of here in Spargus, living my best life. Do you want to have... Do you really want to have to be Empress right now? If you had any choice out of it, wouldn't you rather wait? So, you know, maybe someday I want to be more involved in the commit or even the ministry, but that's not where I am in my life right now. A working holiday is all I want. The important part is it secures her vote. Denounce Sector Pole and Imperial Pole. Okay. She's skilled. Welcome to the ministry, Sola. We have in terms of the electors we've hired, we have three very skilled electors. And then the military guy struggling to deal with science. I guess I'll have a dinner party. Okay. We haven't unlocked deep, faster travel yet, so I need to do more science skills. Alright, to Tharkus 2. Luckily, the place I want to go is one away anyways, so we're fine. When you wake, you find a message waiting from the Stark Flag's importance. Okay, yep. It's an empire. Or not an empire. It's an interview. Okay, we go rhetoric. That gets us up to 45. Already fairly alluring. Give me empathy. Oh, wait a minute. If we get etiquette as well, we can get the outfits for interaction. Okay, let's do that. Alright, there we go. It's time for your big interview. What impression do you want to give the Empire? Rhetoric and Imperial History. Learned arts wouldn't be horrible, but I think rhetoric and Imperial History is where we're at. Wise leader. You talk for a while about the importance of the Emperor as a source of continuity, a repository of knowledge over time, and someone in a position to look at the larger picture rather than be forever chasing short-term goals. Imperial History. Practice. Success. You reference various developments throughout Imperial history, dwelling particularly on the actions of the throne. Sometimes it took generations for all the consequences to be fully understood, but in the end, the Empire was always stronger. At last, you wrap up the interview with an inspiring speech. You speak from the heart and pledge your loyalty to serve the Empire. Afterwards, the team insists that everything went well, but then that is their job. The primary function of the inner system planets. Alright, boiling, volcanoes, animal life, true nobility. As the most important person attends, you wait for the festivities to be in full swing before making your grand entrance. Once all eyes are upon you, you speak words of welcome. Alright, who we got here? Oletko is unmarried, though a much younger male appears to be attending with him. That might be his son, but he looks purely Tharkin. More likely he is a new companion or even a recent addition to the Ector's harem. The other Ector, Lorcas, is a well-dressed middle-aged Tharkin woman with a glass of blue wine in her hand. She is married, but her husband is not with her. He appears to be on the far side of the room, enjoying himself in the company of other women. Alright, hello. Greetings and welcome, Your Imperial Highness. It has been a long time. Have you met her before? We'll gloss over the subject. Yes, I'm pleased to be able to meet with you again. Today, I only wish it were under less stressful circumstances. In politics, circumstances are rarely pleasant. My condolences on your father's passing. He was truly a great man. I will be greater. I'm not sure I have the rhetoric to pull that off. That's probably like expert level. Yes, he was. He gave his life in service to the Empire. All of it, and all of us. He is an inspiration to us all. Indeed. I see. Let's go. Hovering nearby. I'd better stop monopolizing your attention before he feels the need to plot his revenge. The two actors must engage in a certain amount of competition for prestige. Look forward to speaking with you again in the future. Okay. Hello, sir. Medicine body control failed. Okay. His shaggy green face looks pinched in as if he's bitten into something unpleasant. Perhaps the sign of age? For his low rumbling voice sounds polite enough. You honor the Tharkin system with your presence, Your Imperial Highness. It is my pleasure to be here. The younger man who was with Oletko earlier is no longer in evidence. He didn't bring his companion over to be introduced. Does that mean something? Truly, it was a day of great sorrow when your father left us. There's a hint of disapproval in that statement. Sad day because it meant you would inherit? What did he know? He's never even met you before. And he doubt he was any sort of confidant of your father's, or was he? Did you know him well? Were you particularly close to my father then? He pauses. I cannot claim that privilege. I'm only a humble servant of the Imperial Committee. He apparently doesn't intend to say anything useful. I look forward to speaking with you again later. Okay. Negative. Premier of Gakthon. What do I want? Do I want more emotion? I could use to get some menace in my game. We'll go shopping. We'll stay here in Darkest too. It might be difficult to win these 2 lectures over. What's this? Something's happening? Please report. What's going on? What's the emergency? Okay. Right, look at me here. Well connected. Descendant of the Empire, Empress Platinia the Great, I formally announce my candidacy for the Celestial Throne. He's entering the election. Okay. Okay. So let's not let him win. He even gets to vote for himself. Unfair. We'll just go full menace. If I can get some menace, that might help me blackmail some people further down the road. Let's keep the rhetoric outfit on for now. Important message. Yeah, this is like the argument between my parents. We don't have any operations. We'll ignore it. Whatever happened was over and done with a long time ago. Neither of your parents is alive anymore to ask. You'll never know the whole story. It's better to put it out of your mind completely. Okay. Public opinion. So I can, like, take a poll there, I guess. Let's negotiate with Lorcas. What do you want? You arrange for private conversation with Lorcas. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? She sets her glass down in front of her and rotates it to perfectly align with the reflected light passing through onto her desk's patterned surface. It is quite a large decision for me to make, Your Imperial Highness. I don't want to commit myself too early. Not before I'm certain of what is best for the Celestial Empire. And for Tharkus. Is there anything I can do that would help you reach that conclusion? Perhaps. Have you ever watched Rakshar wrestling? Rakshar are those giant lizards, right? I've heard of them, but I haven't seen them. My husband manages a stable training Rakshar, both for competition and for domestic security. They're even more vicious with intruders than with each other. However, the creatures do not breed while in captivity. Its vital spark appears to be lost in the process. For the best results, new Rakshar must be occasionally captured from the wild. She pauses there, watching your reaction. You want me to wade out into the swamps of Gakthon and wrangle a giant lizard? It would gain you my husband's personal gratitude. It would win the affection and support of the common citizens of Gakthon who admire the sport as a pillar of our culture. And it would let you drag an Imperial Princess of Merca down into the filthy muck. If that is what you think of our plan, then yes, it would be a benefit and possibly even a requirement. The people of Gakthon often feel looked down on by Tharkus Prime, and even more by the heavenly Merkins. If they believe you despise them, how can you expect them to rally behind you? You asked what you could do to win my vote. I've made a suggestion. It is up to you what you choose to do about it. Until another sunrise, Your Highness. That's gonna be a tough one. Okay. That's a very tough one. Can I marry this guy? Maybe? Okay, last time I negotiated with him, he was like... I'm not even gonna tell you, but maybe things are different this time. Let me flatter him first, because he's got negative. If he has like neutral opinion of me, that might help. You engage Let's Go in private conversation and attempt to charm him with your personal appeal. Okay, my allure grandmaster, sheesh. Okay, that seems like a waste of time. What are my... How close am I to allure grandmaster? I'm at 40. I can get 30 per. So in 2 more turns, I could be at allure grandmaster in theory. Which might help. If I can charm him. I don't want to spend too much time here. Let's negotiate. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? No. You may be the Emperor Dragosin's daughter, but so far you do not show his promise. No reason to commit myself to your cause. Is there anything I can offer you that would make you change your mind? Perhaps. What do you want? A leader with enough understanding of politics ought to need to ask that question. Okay. Huh. Alright. If we want to do their missions, we're going to have to come back. And I'm negative. What can I even do as a negative person? I kind of want to get back to emotion. We'll search for traps. Okay. I hate wasting time in deep space, but... I think it's the thing to do, unfortunately. You want to see me? What's going on here? The Legate of Science wants to go. What is the research directorship focused on? Terraforming. Okay. Sure, whatever. And there's an interview. Okay, historic castle. Of course, you got nothing else to do but make appearances. Okay. I think we've probably got to get up to 50 science if we want to unlock better travel. Man, we probably need scouting. We might need the whole environment suite to fulfill her quest. We might just want to write this planet off, honestly. Water, swamp, sand, yeah. We got the environment bonus right now if we want to go that route. I think getting the ship moving, though, that's important. Okay, finally, better navigation. I'm my own science advisor. Okay, while we're here, so... we could take a general public opinion poll. That could be useful. We could learn some music. Anyone else have, like, lessons to teach? I think Xena has a computer lesson. Alright, Sola, what's the public opinion looking like? You meet with your legate of culture to discuss how your actions are being perceived by the wider empire. Your Imperial Highness, the public sees you as someone interested in compromise and peaceful solutions. Thank you. Every decision makes a difference. Compromise and peaceful solutions, eh? Reg, music lesson, please. You sit down with Reg to share tea and listen to music. Alright, a little bit of music. Alright, Milan is Lugomir. That's fine. And Ixil. Okay. 4-4 so far. I guess we'll go compliance. We'll read that schedule. to Mao. With the Eye of Sauron as a moon. Alright, a servant is in my path. Ouch, look out. I can fix it, maybe? You peer down at the damage. It's a clean break. It's probably repairable. I have the piece delivered to my room. I want to look at it in more detail. That is an official order. You walk away, leaving the servant blinking in confusion. You have things to do. Okay, I mean, more rhetoric could be good. Gunnery, though. Could use some guns, maybe. Dart gun. Let's get more deception and rhetoric. Keep playing to our strengths. You regard the platinum bird statue that was knocked over earlier, now that you've had a bit of time to work on it. Student, okay. With the proper metal bonding agents, you've managed to glue the broken wing back into place. The crack is obvious, if anyone bothers to look for it, but the proper shape and function of the sculpture has been restored. After all, you're a princess. Anything you do to an object becomes part of its history. You've just added more character, that's all. Now you can put it back on display and be done with it. Okay. The Mao. Alright, hello, Maos. Wear vision enhancers. Okay. It's not difficult to create a device that enhances eyesight to allow the viewer to operate in the dark. The trick is making it look stylish. Wandering around in a red helmet going blip, blip, blip will only draw more attention to your deficiencies. Okay, I kind of failed at that. Unfortunately, your attempts to tinker with night vision gear end up turning every lens opaque. Seeing nothing is an improvement over seeing properly, but it's too late now to change the lighting scheme. It's more important to keep your guests happy and comfortable. You'll just have to be careful how you move around. Alright, hello guys. Mao. Most of the guests can see far better than you, and so can the attendants. More importantly, it is their job to keep an eye on all the high-ranking guests in case they require any additional service. The waiter you prevail upon is only too happy to assist you in locating an elector. It has no reason to guess that your request is the result of weak vision rather than a desire for efficiency. Alright, Aeroliance. Mature woman, but the flesh of added fivums does make her soft. Alright, what's your deal again? Greetings. Am I enjoying the party? Sheesh. Really? Etiquette? Thank you, having a lovely time. Okay. That's a hint, which is easy enough to understand. The Mao are very proud of their connections to the spiritual realm and believe they have access to information that American priests can never divine. Look forward to visiting the Blind Moon. It will be my first time. May your eyes be opened. Okay, and then we have, like, the cool guy. He's clearly nervous at speaking to you. That may have rattled him into putting his words in the wrong order. What was his words? May I introduce you to my lovely wife? Okay, gotcha. Shall we correct him? We'll just accept graciously. He's a good dude. I'd very much enjoy meeting her. Alright, good. Alright. So she should be more impressed. You can make it up to me. I could use my... And my lure skill would probably have to be pretty high. I'm only at 40. Don't worry about it. It's fine, don't worry. We're strangers to each other, and I'm sure she wants to talk to the people she knows. I'm not insulted. You're very kind. Okay. I haven't been to Mao. Sure. We'll stay with Titleist. Sounds delightful. Alright. Muriel. Okay, I was hoping to get Muriel. Okay. Yikes. We'll relax at the pool. We'll stay put here. Okay, gifts. Okay, what do we got here? Letters. This guy. They do trade. Large spheres of glass. We'll put it in the vaults. Right, the Grib. You can't speak their language other than one standard greeting, and even that makes your throat hurt. It's dangerous to attempt communication beyond that. Concepts don't always translate clearly, and the Grib are unpredictable and swift to take offense. Okay, yeah, do we want to colonize the Grib? Do you have the etiquette to delay? We're at 40? I'll just refuse the offer. No, it's all too strange. I don't think it's wise to make deals with the Grib. Very well. Okay. Allure. People will love me. Alright, Irliotti. What do you want? I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Certainly not. What? Leadership of the Celestial Empire is not some party favor to be handed out to the first beggar at the door. It will be decided by the election when the time comes. Until then, it is my duty to weigh the evidence carefully. I see. Is there anything I can do to affect your opinion? Any evidence I can provide now? She folds her arms. Tell me something, Princess. Why do you believe you deserve to become Empress? I am my father's heir. Only because your brother defected. You weren't raised for it. You've never been active in galactic politics. You're not prepared. I certainly don't have my father's experience in galactic politics, but that would be the case for any newcomer to the Celestial Throne. That doesn't mean I haven't studied. You bend your fingers through a series of complex patterns. What is that? A diplomatic greeting in spindle sign. Your brother, though, abandoned by the Empire. Your brother abandoned the Empire. How are we to believe that you will not betray us to the Novans or flee as soon as you find your role too difficult? She thinks you're weak. I'll go for an inspiring speech. How do you know that your moon will shine in the sky tomorrow night? You have faith? I have sworn my life to the Celestial Empire, and I will not falter. She scowls but doesn't argue. Well, it is something to chew on. You'll know my decision when the election comes. Seems that's all you're going to get from her. Okay. So she's probably a lost cause. I don't think there's a way we get Muist's vote. I don't know, maybe. Tullist, though. We'll negotiate with Tullist. Okay. Need the sports. Well, of course. Great. That was easy. You're not going to go just yet, are you? Can't we talk a while? I saw this amazing show and the fees I want to talk to you about. Sure. So I see you're right that not all the electors are only interested in using you for political gain. What a guy! What a guy! Alright. We could maybe get Arlotti a cabinet position. She might be better at diplomatic. Are we in a super rush to get out of here? I don't think so. We want to make it to the Prime world, to Merkle 1 by the turn 15. So we can spend one more turn here if we want. We could can Gazina and then give Arlotti her a job. Gazina, I need to talk to you. Oh, what is it? I appreciate you helping me out, but is it okay if you're not my external curator anymore? Oh. I guess it's fine. I should probably go home anyway. Thanks for understanding. Okay. 5-5. Have a dinner party. Be social. We'll stay here. And I guess that'll give us time to go to the priest. The gift. It's a little stone cameo brooch. Enough of an approximation of your profile that you can tell it's meant to be you, but nothing special. Send them my appreciation. Your birth star will be rising soon, which means you'll have to host the Imperial Jubilee celebrations. Are you prepared? Alright. Allure. 100. There we go. I am so alluring. It's insane. I'm a grandmaster at alluring. Alright, so, to that end. Erlotti, I'm going to charm and flatter you. Alright. You can sense that flirting too openly with the elector would only irritate her, so you're careful to keep the conversation focused on matters of business and current events. The bait you've chosen is more subtle. An elegant wardrobe and feature accentuating makeup is helpful, but more importantly, you hang on every word that Erlotti says. Your bright eyes are wide and your lips are glistening, the perfect picture of the fascinated pupil. No word of open admiration is ever spoken, but attention is itself flattering, and you can see the elector's gaze soften just a bit when she looks at you. What do you mean? Oh, empathy, graduate. Okay, so she does have positive feelings now. Maybe we try negotiating with her again now that she has positive feelings. I don't think we're getting Mewist, so I think it's kind of a waste of time. So let's negotiate one more time, and if that doesn't work, we'll probably give her the cabinet position. Have you changed your mind about supporting me in the election? You are persistent, but that alone does not make a leader. Wait for the election, you'll have my answer then. Okay. Now, these fence sitters really weren't... They didn't break my way at all last time, so I kind of think I need to give her... Yeah, okay. You want a position in the cabinet? In exchange for electoral vote, I'm willing to grant you a role within the Celestial Ministry. Well, a sensible decision. Which leaves the implication that she didn't think you were capable of making one. It is very respectful of tradition for you to take a male representative as your chancellor. Chancellor? You didn't say that. Okay. Well, welcome to being the chancellor. I look forward to seeing your wisdom and guidance. Indeed. She's pretty good. You have unlocked extra social action? That's a thing? Oh my goodness. That's a game changer, man. That's huge. Okay. I might go dancing. Well, I wouldn't mind being a bit menacing, too. Let's go dancing. It's probably time to start getting some of the more assassination-proof skills. You got for some wild exertion in the palace ballrooms. Okay. I can't make it to Merca Prime here. Although, I don't think I need to be on Merca Prime for the celebration. I think I might head to Tharkus 2 first. Now that I'm a Grandmaster. Maybe I can get some... Well... Guess we'll go to Merca 2. I don't know if there's a way I could pull Meryl away from Lukemir, but maybe. Alright. I'm hosting a Jubilee. The opening ceremony will be broadcast on the feeds all across the Empire. You're excited by the opportunity to present yourself to the public, especially now that the election is a real competition. Alert graduates, because if nothing else, you look lovely. This should help boost your profile. As a representative of the Emperor's legacy, you are required to make a speech. But first, you must acknowledge your guests by welcoming the delegations from the 4 primary Imperial races. Okay. In particular... So we have to do Merkins first, I think. Because we are about to try courting a bunch of Merkins. So I think we'll go Merkins first. We already have the Tharkins basically wrapped up. And we've made good inroads on the Mao, so I think we need to make sure the Heru aren't last. We'll go Heru next. Then we'll go Mao. And Tharkins last. Okay. I'd like to thank everyone who has come together to help me celebrate my first Jubilee. I'm sure that many happy memories will be born from this occasion. I'm flattered and inspired by all the goodwill that you have shown me, and I look forward to the joyous future we will share together. We who stand in this room are only pieces of a much greater whole. Each of us are representatives of faiths and organizations of culture, of sciences and arts. It is through our different contributions together that we create the foundations for the Celestial Empire, a great masterwork which is admired throughout the galaxy. Please, everyone, step forward and enjoy. The music swells and the guests begin to circulate. Everything is going smoothly. At one point, a military drill squad in crisp dress uniforms demonstrates a sequence of synchronized rifle tossing and spinning, demonstrating their precision and skill. However, as the hours play on, your energy flags. You have so many other things that you need to be thinking about, and keeping a smile on your face is becoming exhausting. You wonder if you can casually slide off your dancing slippers and step into more supportive shoes. Your feet are launching a rebellion. Okay. Alright, condition. Give me reflexes, give me strength. Okay. There's a sound at the door. Come in. The Vestrak. Ah, yes, my gift from my father. What is it? Gleaming silver shoes. They're beautiful. And stronger than they look. I should also inform you that the candidate Lukemir has given a speech to the media criticizing your presumption in claiming the Imperial Jubilee when you're not yet Empress. He says it is an insult to your father's memory. Well, of course he doesn't approve. He wants the Emperor. You're just going to have to work harder at winning favor. Alright, Merkin. Yes, I'm aware of you. What's my deception at? It's better than my etiquette, actually. It was a lovely vacation. Oh, I vacationed here once, but I don't remember much. I was very small. I hope we will leave a better impression this time. Perhaps. Okay. She has positive feelings about me, but I mean, she's already pledged her vote to Lukemir, so probably not much we can do. Let's mingle and chat. Okay. To Merca Prime. 3 votes are still up for grabs here. Let's see if we can get them. Good morning, Imperial Highness. Murmurings of discontent in the Committee regarding the colonial enterprise. It is felt that you were too hasty in vetoing the grid proposed without allowing the Committee a chance for discussion. Representatives from the Harry system are particularly disappointed. Well, too bad for them. Another gift has arrived for you, however, there are concerns. This gift has been sent from Crystal Nova. Oh, your family. What is it? A wooden box made of many separate pieces. What's inside? Nothing as far as our scans can tell. It's a puzzle box. I go on destroying it. I mean, what do we need for that? We need, like... Is it... Probably engineering skills? We've had, like, nothing of that. We'll put it in the vaults. Put it in the vaults with other gifts. I don't have time for puzzles. Okay. Let's get more deception. More rhetoric. Merca Prime. This is a long one. We will say nothing of your betrayal. We will tolerate the mistake. He's just a boy. Alright. Do you want more emotion? Sure. We'll stay here in Merca Prime. Good morning. You've received a message of political nature. Okay. Right, the moons of Svargas. Solus. Oh, hold on. That was actually... Svargas and Darkest 3 sector. Sol's home. It has 3 moons, and if one declared independence, the others might well follow. Okay. Let's ask Sola's opinion. This concerns Sola more than anyone. Since it's her sector, I'd like to hear her opinion. A servant is sent to fetch the elector. What is that? What's going on? Are we at war? No! I wanted to talk to you about the moons of Svargas. I've never visited them. They're just like research stations up there. Well, some people think that they should maybe eventually become separate territories like many other moons are, but that would mean you'd be outnumbered in your own sector. They could vote against you in the committee. Oh, I don't care about that. I mean, think about it. They're tiny little moons. Can't even make their own food. They'd still be totally dependent on Svargas. Even if they got electors, with our population, we'd totally dominate them in the committee as a whole. It doesn't hurt the planet, and it's more attention for the sector, which is good. So anyway, I think it's a great idea. Can I go now? Sure, thanks. Well, the decision is still yours. Sure, we'll be favorable. I think we could use more new voices in the committee. Don't make any promises, but suggest that I'm interested in exploring the idea. Very well. Okay. I want Menace. Okay. So who could we still win over? Oh, we just goes. I'm trying to wait, hold on. Survey? Oh, I can survey the planet. There's a lot of people here. Okay, so you're already voting against me. Who's not committed to voting against me? Krovos and Vater. What's I actually have no idea what Vater's thing is. I have 4 actions. So I think for starters, let's get Krovos and Vater on side. That's our goal here. Alright, what is... He's unmarried, too. We could potentially marry Vater if we wanted. That might be useful. Let's see what he has negotiation-wise, though. Vater, hello. You arrange for private conversation with Vater. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Of course I'm happy to make that promise. Thank you. Look forward to seeing your influence on the Empire to come. Well, that was easy. Alright. Krovos. Let's negotiate. You arrange for private conversation with Krovos. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Apparently you're being too formal for him to understand. I don't know if you've made up your mind to vote for me in the election. If you're happy to make that promise, then I can count on you as one of my supporters. If you're not satisfied yet that I should be Empress, then I want to know if there's anything I can do differently to change your mind. Oh, okay, I want you to be Empress. Good, thank you. That was simple. Man, who would have thought? Being extremely alluring, extremely well-liked. You just get people to commit, like, no matter what. Okay, look at me, though. I need to investigate his... I wanted to investigate his connections, but... yeah. Well, let's go to Athexa. Who knows, maybe... maybe you'll also be charmed. Alright, the Basilic of Shadows. Hello. As High Pontifex, Athexa is not dedicated to a single deity. Let us remain standing. You meet her gaze, unflinching. If you're going to be Empress, you need the will to stand tall in the face of anyone who might oppose you. Strength be with you. And also with you. I've come here to request your support and your blessing for me to succeed my father to the Celestial Throne as he wished. Will you join the Celestial Ministry as my spiritual advisor? Oop. You reach for a crown of stars, but the blood and the soul of the American people lie here upon the stones. Older than empire, older than flight. Half your blood is foreign, but you're raised and educated here in Kedrao, correct? Yes, at the Ishinka Academy. But where is your faith? Where is your soul? Do you offer your tears to the Gamajin for wisdom? Or do you dance for your mother's good lady? I have no idea. I was raised Merkin, you know? I'm a Merkin, not a Novan. High Pontifex takes hold of your chin and stares deeply into your eyes. Menace guarded success. Perhaps, but you're untested. Athexa takes a step back, regarding you impassively. Princess Zorana, as Empress, would often fall to you to enforce the law, should other channels prove insufficient. As you should already know, pledging oneself to the priesthood is a bond for life. Like marriage, it cannot be undone. What would you do if you were presented with a priest who had tried to flee his duty and disappear back into civilian life? What remedy would you propose? What does she want from you? Like, see how clever I can be? Every rule has loopholes. A priest is not allowed to abandon the faith, but if they were caught and brought back to their duties, then they wouldn't have abandoned anything. They might be assigned new duties as penance or watched more closely afterwards, but their vows would not be broken. A priest is bound for life, but if that person started a new life, their priest self would no longer exist, just as a new initiate severs all ties to past life and family when they join the priesthood. Could a priest cut off that past identity and become someone new? Reassigned actually seems like the most proper choice here. They can't stop being a priest. Their life is not for them to choose. They should be chastised for their weakness, re-educated, and reassigned. No more than that for a broken vow. The vow isn't broken. The priest is still a priest. Once consecrated, they belong to the gods for life. Any weakness on their part doesn't change that. So you value duty. She fell silent into contemplation. Allure practice. Noticing her eyes on you, you do your best to look simultaneously pious and winsome. You are young and your path is uncertain. You must seek a sign of favor from the gods. Of course I do. How do I do that? A ritual starfall match. Like, probably not even worth it. I'll train coaches. I don't think I'm equipped for that at all. Probably can't even talk to Lucamere or his crew. And what are my skills right now? Yeah, I mean, I've got good reflexes, but that's about it. I say we don't waste time with that. It's just one vote. Let's survey the planet. Sector or Imperial? Give me an Imperial poll. I'm curious about that. Alright, we're up to 8. I'm currently bold. Bit of combat training wouldn't go amiss. We'll explore the station. Okay. To the Drog system. Diplomatic message from Crystal Nova. Imperial Intelligence. It's not one of our agents. Okay. Neutral sector. Turn 22. We can probably get there in time, right? Just need to not spend too much time in Drog. Let's work on bladed combat. Okay. The drug system, hello. Oh, visual arts success. For what reason? Log. The permanent population of the Drog system mostly dwell within 2 large space stations, Death's Wings, a Merkin holding, and the Imponderable, under the control of the Mao. For that reason, you directed the capital decorators to use designs reflecting both Merkin and Mao influence. Your guests include the 2 station lectors, of course, but also the region's preeminent scientists and Oh, you, hello. You feel... Okay, loser, call the guards. Terrify her into silence. How's my etiquette? It's okay. I'll read your report later. I'd love to hear more about that, but this sounds like a subject that needs more than a few splits of my attention. Of course it does. The history alone. It would be implied for me to spend the entire evening listening to just one presentation when there are so many of your colleagues here who also wish to share discoveries. Yes, mine is more important, and you've brought it to my attention so that I'll recognize that importance. That is the task you needed to accomplish here. Now please, submit your full reports through the proper channels so that I can read them in a less distracting environment. Oh, alright. Apply to affirm. That's the key. Alright, electors. Hello, Stoyan. Cineparts. Empathy, student success. We are grateful that you recognize the value of our contributions. But of course you are filled with the useful determination. The universe looks different when you've had time to become jaded. Beautiful flower shot. Well, may I kiss your hand? Sure. Very well. Don't worry, I'm perfectly harmless. Truly a pleasure, Your Highness. Okay. Let us play paddleball. I think we can... Oh, sheesh. Turn 18, so turn 22. I think we can stay here 1 turn if we want to make it. Hold on, it might be faster going this way. 1, 2. We are, like, literally as far as we possibly could be. We'd probably drop by Harry 1. Okay, we'll stay put. I think we can make it to the neutral space first. Just routine stuff. Turn 24 at the palace. Okay. Give me some strength. And yes, tumbling. Just get this whole thing a little better. Okay, they both have positive opinions of me. Stoyan. You're unmarried too. Huh. Let's negotiate. You're in for private conversation with Stoyan. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? I do not oppose your ascension, but I do not feel comfortable making a binding pledge at this point, particularly as I am only acting on Arahil's behalf. Precisely. Oh, hello, I didn't know you were listening. I am an elector. You're also a small child. I cannot commit on her behalf. I do not know you well or what you would bring to the Empire. For now, I prefer to wait and see. Is there anything I could do that would convince you and Arahil that I am the right choice for Empress? You must seek a message from the lost gods of destruction. You want me to pray? A physical message written in the ice. You are aware that one reason the Empire maintains outposts in the Drog system is to search for signs of past civilizations and clues to what destroyed them. One of the largest planetoids in the system is made up of broken ice, deeply cracked and crazed throughout its entire body. Some of the crevices are large enough to fly a squadron through. Expeditions into frozen depths have sometimes found patterns or cracks that appear symbolic, suggesting an unknown language. I believe Arahil wishes you to find such a sign. And don't steal it. A museum would certainly be the easiest place to find an ancient ice message, but if this child is so fascinated by them, she might recognize anything already known. Venturing out into space yourself, however, could be dangerous. Fortune might be the only way to secure this vote. Okay. Would I personally need to be good at piloting for that? Stoyan and Arahel. Cute. Alright, Cinepart, what are you? Let's negotiate. You arrange for a private conversation with Cinepart. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become members. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Who am I to thwart such enthusiasm? Very well, you have my votes. Thank you. Easy. Okay. I guess let's look into what we can do with this. Well, let's look at your personal quest. Let's just not die on it, you know? In order to search the shattered ice of Drug from the mystical sands, you'll need to fly through the system in a small ship. Unfortunately, you know nothing about piloting a spaceship. You're not qualified to undertake this mission. Okay, what cabinet position? Normally I give him the science position, but obviously that's already taken, though. Flying abroad might not be the worst thing in the world, honestly. He's kind of bad. If I'm okay at losing the votes. Granted, if I don't get Stoyan's vote here and now, I'm probably not getting it regardless, so swapping Oberod for Stoyan might not be a bad idea. Let's take a look at what's even left. It'd be the Galactic Relations. He would not want... I'm not sure. I get the impression he might only be interested in the science position. I could also try to marry him. There's not that many single people left. So if I want to play the marriage card, I've got to play it now, basically, I think. We'll try. You arrange for a private conversation with Stoyan, where you can broach the possibility of a political alliance through marriage. I'm not interested in marriage, especially to the Imperial heir. I believe that would come with too many responsibilities and distractions. I'm busy here. It's politics. Nothing in life has to change. We don't have to live together. If nothing in life changed, then what would be the point? Thank you for the offer, but no. What a strange man. Anyone else in the Empire would have left it the opportunity. Okay. I'm really on a time crunch here. Would he want... He would hate the Galactic Relations. I think he would only accept science. I can't fire Oberod, can I? I might fire Oberod. Granted, I already have good science myself. Could be better though. I think we just offer him the last cabinet position. I don't think he's going to accept, but I think that's the best we can do. I should learn some piloting. There's actually a couple things that might require it. Alright. In exchange for Electoral Road, I'm willing to grant you a role within the Celestial Ministry. What position you're offering me? External Curator. I'm not qualified for that position. If you intend to be Empress, you should consider your appointments more seriously. Okay. Strange man to resist the chance for power. Unfortunately, his morality does you absolutely no good for now. Okay, well. We're up to 9. We're up to 9. I might come back to pilots. How are my skills looking? I really should get my etiquette up a bit. And I'd like my menace up. Right, we'll probably do like 2 more swings through this mood zone. The social indulgence. Okay. We'll go to Haru 1. Haru Prime. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. Alright, matter of law, what's going on? Inheritance, yes. Okay, living separately. No sort of an issue. Concubines. Is there some legal precedent that might apply? We'll treat the 2 children equally. There's a concept in contract law called severability. Yeah. Yeah, that works. Sever building. Alright, let's go etiquettes. And maybe actually etiquette and deception. Hand in hand. Alright, Terry Prime, hello. What was that? Science success? We'll let the palace staff design the menu. Welcome all of you to the Heavenly Palace, the heart of the Celestial Empire. The Empire has been my blood and my life since I was born, and yet its diversity continues to amaze and inspire me. From the winds of Heru Prime to the mists of the Blind Eye, from the fallen Colossi to the depths of the Basilica of Shadows, we are all connected. Wherever we are the Empire, and the connections we build will shape our extraordinary future. There's a round of applause, more than you expected, for extemporaneous remarks. You must wish you'd saved those lines for a bigger occasion. More importantly, it appears that the security incident has been resolved. Ah, yes, that. Alright, hello. You hate me, usually. Footstool. What? You called me a footstool? I believe this is your first visit to our footstool. It's a play on words. The name the Heru used for their own homeworld in the original language translates vaguely as a thing one stands upon, both to assert dominance and to use as a springboard into flight. No one uses the name Synodion in formal discourse. Your Prime makes its status more clear. Yes. I'm busy indeed. Okay. It disapproves of me. Thanks. Contact my office. Okay, then we got you. Mystery. A good mystery. It's like a puzzle where you can put together clues. That's an excellent work out of the mind. Do you have any pets? A golden viper. Excellent. We'll talk again. Okay. Here are separatists. We'll go shopping. Alright. We will make it in time. We're going to deep space. Yeah. The situation is developing in the Heru 3 sector. Previously unknown disease have surfaced on Kochim. Okay. Currently have no information on the incubation periods. Okay. So what are we going to do here? Organize a medical mission or lock down the sector. We don't have any military experience, so we're going to organize a medical science mission. The most important thing is to find out more about this disease and how to treat it. Use my personal resources to organize the best doctors and medical scientists to tackle this. Very well, how should we handle the public information aspects? Media and intrigue. Suppress news to avoid panic. Issue travel warnings. Media plus bureaucracy. How are my skills? So, media and bureaucracy, we're pretty good at that. Media and science. Issue health advice. I think we're equivalent. Or encourage safe spending. Science and economics. Let's issue health advice. We don't know exactly what's happening with the disease yet, but we can give people general information on how to keep themselves safe. Hygiene and so on. Very well. Alright, epidemic, great. Okay. More menace. I am so menacing. Alright. Here 3. Your request for medical aid was received, and the first experts are arriving in the sector now to take samples and investigate the situation. Your message about hygiene and health advice to avoid spreading disease are clear and well communicated. The general population understands what they need to do to keep themselves safe. Your personal plea to the citizens to abide by your restrictions for the good of the Empire appears to be working. Everyone wishes to do their part. There we go. We just defeated the disease. Well, let's not be overconfident now, but... alright, so... What can we do here? We could explore some, like, social thing. Let's have our check-in with Karundi. What's the security threats? 2 complaints about you muttered among the committa. Okay. So committa's not happy. Sola. How's my public opinion looking? Imperial Highness. Someone interested in compromise and peaceful solutions. Great. Okay. Well, thanks, guys. That's probably about all we can do. I suppose we could, explore, like, some people's social network. Let's take a look at Reg's. He's out with Zolot and Cineparts. Okay. Interesting. Dinner party, I guess. We could look at some gunnery. We know someone wants to go shooting on a ship. What if we go here? It's gonna take long to get back to actual spaceships. Surprised there's not gunnery over this way. We can also go this way. Gunnery and spaceships are right next to each other, negative and secretive. Maybe that's the way? Okay. No assassination attempts yet. That's good. We're going to neutral space. I don't think we've ever actually done this event before. So, it'll be interesting. Your Imperial Highness have reports on the disease situation. Your medical experts have reported some promising findings and are already testing possible cures. They hope to have a solution in the near future. What a mess. You've reached the rendezvous point for the negotiations with the Novans. They have sent messages indicating that they are on their way and you will be able to speak with them shortly. Okay. Let's get some etiquette before the negotiations. That's actually probably important. You receive a message from Xena. She says she's looking forward to seeing me home. We might get there, we might not. I just not sure it's gonna be worth it. Like, if we're already heading over there, anyway, maybe, but we aren't really. The Novan Carrier has taken up position in the sector. We have invited their diplomats to join us in the Heavenly Palace for further negotiations. However, they have so far refused. They wish for us to send out shuttles, one from their side, one from ours, to meet for a private rendezvous. They wish for you to fly out alone. That's ridiculous. Could it be any more obvious of a trap? You cannot go. I agree. Tell the Novans that I'm here to listen to their requests, but that my patience is not infinite. If they want to make a deal, they'd better state their case. I'm not leaving the palace alone. Very well. Okay, come on, you Novans. I mean, not really much to do here. We could take a survey. Okay, can I look at one? Okay. It's like storyline is a question mark. Like, this doesn't really tell me anything I don't already know. Okay, any threats on my life? Or I guess I can... What's Ozara's social network? Elliot. Oh, let's go. Jade and Eve. Alright, we'll be cautious. We'll search for problems. I have an update from the Novans. They've sent an ambassador who agreed to release the captive spy in exchange for a video recording of you thanking them. which they can use for propaganda purposes. Still, it's very harmless, and you've come this far already. Fine, let's just get this over with. You move down to the reception hall, where your team of dressers, now slightly more experienced, prepare you and help you record a short video. As soon as it's transmitted, the Novans deliver one slightly bewildered Imperial merchant and several boxes of his personal possessions. It's a strange business, but at least now you can get out of here and back to Imperial space. Okay, well, we avoided catastrophe, at least. Yeah, if we wanted to head back to Tharkas too, now would be the time. I think the Heru sector, though, it's more promising. Yeah, we can head to Tharkas 2 later if we really want. To deep space. Lots of Heru space to enter. Reports on the Heru Plague. That's an ugly way of phrasing it. The expertise of our ancestral doctors has triumphed. A treatment has been found to reverse the symptoms and halt the spread of the disease. It will take some time to track down all the infected, and some may refuse treatment, but the worst of the crisis is behind us now. There we go. That's going to be great for my PR. Zorana. Disease. Smiter. It sounds like everything is going to be alright now, but the puppies may be a bit shaken. Guess give me some hiding. That's a decent enough, like, assassination skill. Though honestly, maybe I'm well liked enough that no one is actually going to try to kill me this time. Oh, start on Yaku or Yakao or however I pronounce this. You know, I mean, we're in deep space, so we don't really have anything else to do. Let's start by charming and flattering him. You engage Yakao in private conversation, attempt to charm him with your personal appeal. Considering the difference in your ages and positions, outright flirting isn't appropriate. The Star Admiral is not one of your school friends. He is a loyal servant of the Empire. At least he'd better be. What does any loyal servant of the Empire want? To be valued. You gain 5 points in military. You engage the Star Admiral in conversation, inviting him to tell you tales of his own great victories and adventures, as well as his own theories about how the Empire could better support military recruitment and readiness. Good to say that you're taking us seriously. A charge of leadership is always requires vigilance. Negative feelings. Okay. Let's negotiate. You enter a private conversation with Yakao. It is my intention to claim my father's throne. I'm trying to assemble a team of advisors, the future Celestial Ministry, to guide me, and I would like you to be a part of that. Can I count on your support? Lass, you may be the daughter of the Emperor, but you're the sister of a traitor and I've no way to know if you'll be in to break. You're too young to serve, and if you win this election now, you never will. Is there steel in your spine? Is there blood on your teeth? I captured a rampaging swamp beast barehanded. I punched a swamp monster in the face and knocked it out with my bare hands. Well, you're hoping to eventually anyway, but it sounds good, right? Impressive, though I don't know how you do it. I also survived an assassin. Assassins have tried to kill me already, and I haven't let that stop me. You don't crumple at least. You hold your tongue. You've said enough. He contemplates your face. I serve not myself, but the Emperor. Whoever takes the throne, I will carry out the orders with my body and blood, but it's not my job to take swords in this election. Politics. He spits aside. Is there anything I can do to change your mind and show you that I'm worth supporting? Prove your mettle. Will you take on one of me pilots in a strike fight or a challenge of space combat maneuvers? You can't afford to show any fear to this man. Sure, eventually. Challenge accepted. Come when you're ready to fly. He gets the connection. Are your technical skills really good enough for that? You sense that he probably has positive feelings, don't you? Okay, I don't think I can do that. I have, like, no piloting experience. What's your social network? Milan, let's go and... So we have a lot of allies of Electo on the council already. You'd think he'd be more inclined to join. What was it, the guard training? Okay, let's go to Haru 3 first. Another update from the medical experts handling the Haru 3 outbreak. The treatment has proved unusually effective. Symptoms reverse and leave no trace. Cure rate is extremely high. That's good, right? It would seem so. Okay. Do I want to do piloting? There's like 3 things we could do with piloting. Yeah, it's coming up a lot. Let's do piloting and layout to start with. Okay, what's going on? The Anganalia writes in Kedrao. Lucamir's here. Okay, well, it's fine. I've got an election to win. Hello. So this one is the one with the Florida. Wernock and the other one. Wernock is actually the only individual colony in the Empire that is assigned 2 electors. This was likely because both colonies were controlled by families with ties to Mercan nobility who were therefore assumed to be loyal to their homeworld. The conflict gave the Emperor an excuse to increase the strength of the Mercan Imperial faction. Over time, the 2 political entities have largely merged, you know. Will be colorful and casual. The culture of the sector revolves around fun. To win their approval, I'll have fun. There are any number of businesses on these planets who are accustomed to catering for conferences and delegations at short notice. They are thrilled by the opportunity to supply the Heavenly Palace. Not only should the electors feel more comfortable, but you may have made some useful contacts in the sector. Alright, the party. I avoid making eye contact and slip sideways between the groups. Branka. When, short for Wendell, that was his name, you don't see him with Bruneka at the though perhaps he didn't attend. Bruneka's husband certainly isn't here. He died about a season ago. Alright, hello, Bruneka. Well. Welcome and well met, Your Imperial Highness. I'm so happy to see you. What a lovely party. Thank you. It's a pleasure to see you again as well. How are you and your son doing? Is Wendell here tonight? Oh no, he's not in the best of moods at the moment. I thought best to leave him at home. Loss of father must have been difficult for him. Yes, a terrible tragedy for us both. Actually, I don't think she's very sad about it at all. Oh, you have a pendant. It's moving. Ah yes, she has a live crab necklace. Of course, you have suffered your own loss so recently as well. Empire will never be the same without your father. Do you expect to have the opportunity to visit our home on Wernock? I suppose that depends on how the negotiations go. You don't really have the time for a beach getaway, unless it's necessary to win a vote. I'll just got Wen. How's Wen doing? Has your son completed his schooling yet? Wendell's not yet graduated. He has been quite distracted in recent tresses and spent a great deal of time with his girlfriend. Okay. Two handsome men. You went expectantly until the actor detaches from his companion. Your Imperial Highness, it's really amazing to have you here with us. It's like totally an honor. Okay, his eyes look odd. He's taking a chemical? It is my pleasure to be here and to meet you. Is this your first time, or have you been to the sector before, like in the flesh? I've never had the chance to visit. Oh, wow. You gotta come down and, like, see the waves for yourself. We could be your guides and show you all the best games. You didn't come to the sector to play games. Have you ever played on a Starfall team? Is he a fan? Still, some might enjoy the chance to explain sports to an inexperienced girl. Let's act innocent. You widen your eyes a little. I've never really had the chance to play. I was always curious, but I didn't know if I'd be any good at it. Well, we got you to get you out on the field. He grins at you. Okay. Hostile. Quote him. Madam Elector. Ah, yes, hello, old lady. Her hair sparkles and whatnot. Bit unusual. Oh, your Imperial Majesty. Majesty? That's not your correct title. That's address is only fit for the Emperor and Empress. Is she declaring her allegiance, or is this her mind wandering? You are even more beautiful than your pictures. Such perfection. Let her touch you. I remember when my own was so young. Princess Zorana, my sympathies for your both. Father's passing, I remember my own. She looks away and sighs, deep huff that she shivers her wings. For so long you wait and think that they might come back. When they visit your bed, you scold them for making you worry, but then you open your eyes and they're gone. Okay. Thank you. You're very kind. Never too young to get started, are you, eh? We could be family, you know. That's how she came. The union. Mother? A woman's voice calls from behind you. The companion you noticed earlier, apparently the Elector's daughter, returns carrying a pair of glasses. Ah, my star, see how she shines. The woman steps protectively close to her mother, who pats her shoulder. I'm fine, my dear. The princess and I were just getting to know each other. Do you get the sparkling wine? Ah, what lovely bubbles. Okay. Please enjoy the reception. I will speak to you again later. Positive, okay. Athexe has pledged her vote to Lukamir. Ooh. Okay. That's not a good optics for me. Okay. We've lost the religious. Not ideal. Let's explore the station. Okay. We'll stay here and harry through, do some negotiation. Your Imperial Highness, I have heard from the Heavenly Palace of Science Department that there is a discussion among the medical community of the possibility about the source of the plague outbreak. Well, it would be good to look into that. Rumors suggest the possibility that the contagion may actually have been some kind of biological weapon. Opinion seems torn on whether it was an accidental escape from a government research lab or did a test on the population. But we didn't make the plague. Did we? I'm not aware of any bioweapons research that we have produced these results. Certainly there was no official government order to perform such a test. However, your father did pursue many strange and secretive projects. Was the plague so easy to cure because someone already had a secret antidote? You wish to issue an official response. Blame foreign aliens for rhetoric. We're sure that the disease was natural. So rhetoric is pretty good. 85. But you also have media and menace, which might be better. Kind of goes against our kind of modus operandi at the moment, but... I doubt blaming foreign aliens is going to be the solution here. Well, then again, actually, hold up. It could be. It depends. Are we trying to court xenophiles or xenophobes at this point? Let's suppress the rumors. We need to crack down on these rumors and stop them from spreading. Remind the science department of how dangerously irresponsible it would be to spread false information. Then we'll see what we can do about the feeds. Very well. Give me some scouting and terrain. We might actually need that in bits. Although, are we ever going to head all the way back to the Tharkus systems? Probably not. You check your message to see what happened with those biological weapon rumors. Your little crackdown appears to have been successful. The subject has been dropped in favor of the latest news cycle. Alright. Berneka. What do you want? Alright. I need the support of electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Berneka spears an olive on a claw tip, then pops it into her mouth. Why be hasty? The election hasn't arrived yet. Anything could happen by then. I see no need to tie myself down to a position. Anything could happen. Can you think of anything that might happen which would make you want to give me your vote? She chuckles sturdily. Perhaps. She raises a single finger. You're familiar with Milan, Elector of Kedrau. Well, we've met, yes. She leans forward, a hungry smirk stretching across her face. I dislike him. The reasons don't matter. How would you take a public position against him, denounce him, cast him out, stamp him with the Imperial seal of disapproval, and ruin his day? Do that and I'll pledge you my vote. I see. Hope to hear from him again soon. I mean, there's no reason we couldn't do that. He might try to assassinate us, but we could. Seems like a pretty easy way to get a vote. I mean, he already hates us anyway. We're denouncing you. He has been denounced! So do I have your vote yet? Ma'am? Have you changed your position on supporting me in the election? I haven't changed your position, rather you've come around to mine. Her shoulders shake with a side laughter as the crab around her neck wriggles. Very well, Your Imperial Highness, you have my vote. Thank you. Okay, I guess we'll talk to Eve. We could just straight up propose an engagement. How much longer do you want to stay on this planet? Berneka took a while. Also, cabinet position. We still have a cabinet position open. Let's keep that in mind. Which one is it? Galactic Relations. Okay. Alright, Eve. Let's negotiate. I need the support of electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Oh, that's very simple, my dear. I know exactly what I want from such a sweet flower. Grandchildren. She rubs her wrinkled hands together. I want beautiful babies in plush imperial cradles. Marry my son and you'll have my vote. She has a son? How old is he? You don't even know his name. Does he agree to this? Does your son agree to this? Fire is a good son. He just hasn't had a reason to settle down. You understand our values. Well, at least now you know what her son is called. But what sort of man is he? What values is this elector talking about? May I speak with him? Oh, he's probably busy somewhere. Which sector? Was it the sandstorm or the forest? He does love to travel. I'm sure he left me a message somewhere. That sort of doesn't sound like she's discussed the subject with him. If I was an adult, isn't he? He has the right to make his own decisions. I can't make promises to him without him being here to accept them. But you agree that if he is willing to, you will marry him in exchange for my vote? She's eager for this match. That isn't surprising. It's a priceless opportunity for her family. Many noble couples are engaged without ever having met. That's politics. On the other hand, it's also, it's also your life. And a permanent commitment. You don't even know what her son looks like. Are you willing to pledge yourself blindly? Yeah, let's hurry up. I need to get off this planet. If he agrees, then yes, I agree. Good. I will get in touch with my son and have him contact you as soon as possible. I look forward to taking you under my wings and making you part of my family. That was definitely an innuendo. You sense that she probably has positive feelings about you. I'd hope so. So we don't have her vote yet. We'll be waiting on contacting the son. You have an incoming message request from Fire, son of Eve, elector of Quocham, your prospective consort. He's eager to talk to you as soon as possible. That's a good sign. Oh. He looks pretty, if I was a woman, he looks pretty dreamy. Good evening, Your Imperial Highness. I hope I'm not interrupting. Fire lives up to his name, a colorful, vibrant man, old enough to be your father, but still energetic. He does not greatly resemble his mother, nor does he look like the type who would prefer Quocham over Wernock. On behalf of my homeworld and my family, it is my great honor to accept your proposal and offer our support to your election and your reign. May it be long and wise. I've only just met him. You don't know him enough to read his reactions. He seems happy. All that remains is for you to formally acknowledge the engagement. I look forward to it. I look forward to announcing you to the Empire as my consort. Please give my regards to your mother. Oh, I'm sure you'll be hearing from my mother again soon. She has endless ideas about weddings and dresses and confectionery. You may not be marrying the Elector, but she seems destined to be involved in your life anyway. What matters is that you have her vote. I'm now engaged to Fire. Playing with Fire here. Okay. And I think we're doing pretty good, election-wise. Not more spaceships, so we'll visit the guards. Okay. Oh no. When one of them beckons you into the ring for an informal duel, you are honor bound to accept. To submission, challenge has the choice of weapons. This sort of fight is usually performed with long swords, but some prefer to use their hands and feet. I guess I'll go swords. Bring me a sword. Sabers are mostly used for ceremonial purposes, but any trained guard is expected to know how to defend or kill with one, if necessary. Unfortunately, you have no experience with heads like log blades like this. You'd be more comfortable with a little knife or a dagger, but they're wrong for a duel. You hold the sword awkwardly and hope you don't embarrass yourself too much. A few taps of his blade against yours, and then you can concede with honor. Faster than you expect, your opponent moves, but he's not aiming a blow at your sword, he's lunging right at you. You fumble with the sword, trying to figure out how to block, but it's too late! Let's just go ahead and denounce that guy. Let's restart turn 25. We suppress the rumors. Yeah, I think I just have a feeling that I need to practice blade skills today. Maybe double up. Guess I could change out. Alright, the weapons rumors. Oh, jeez, I've got to do this whole thing again. Okay. I negotiate with you. Okay, then I denounce. Just Milan, right? Alright, then we negotiate once again. Welcome. And then we negotiate with you. Does he agree to this? I'll accept. Okay. I look forward to it. Do I think I have enough skill? I still want to go this way. Okay. Choice of weapons. Chain basic success. While it's almost never officially performed in military service, there are old Imperial codes for whip dueling as well. That's less of a test of skill and more about who can endure the most pain before yielding. I don't have good endurance. If you have the spine for it, might make an impression on the troops. I'm probably less likely to get killed via whip. Actually. even with 0 endurance. I choose whips. That surprises everyone and requires a brief break for the appropriate equipment to be located. In a whip duel, both participants hold on to each other by clasping left hands while each wields a whip in the right. Locked together, they lash each other until one or the other cries mercy. You both must wear custom helmets to protect your face and eyes, but the rest of your skin is left vulnerable. Menace practice. Your opponent looks at your fearsome grin and throws up his hands. I have no skill with whips, I concede! While this disappoints many of the onlookers, it is considered a fair victory on your part. Ha! Take that. Okay, I guess we'll go to Haru 4 now. And we didn't talk to the guy, but he's negative towards me anyway, so I don't think we can, really, anyway. So, we're fine. Yeah, be honest, some more pleasant business today. On turn 27, we'll be hosting a performance of Heart of Ice. Okay. Opera. Okay. Never talked to you about music. Another chance to make a good impression. Give me more layout and piloting. Actually, give me chain. Let me double up on chain. There's a reason for this. Now that you are officially engaged, you and your intended are required to submit genetic samples for compatibility testing. Not all interspecies matings can create viable children, especially if partners already have mixed origin. Okay, they could reveal if a couple is too closely related. Consider your heritage, that's very unlikely to be a problem, but sometimes people do find surprise half-siblings. siblings. If there's a problem, there are workarounds, you know. Alright, samples, yep. Haru world. Desert winds. Okay. Haru style, visual arts and Imperial. I actually have decent visual arts. We'll go Haru style. You've seen many pictures of Haru cities and celebrations and know that they favor fabric hangings dyed in rich colors. Covering up the walls makes the room feel oddly cozy. As the gatherings get underway, you seek out the electors. Alright, an older Mirthan woman. Catching sight of you, Grojidon laughs and passes. Okay, hello, Imperial Highness, pleasure to meet you. Despite the fact that she's 3 times your age and her husband is right there, she appears to be flirting with you. Well, thank you. I will see more of you at parties, in the sector. What sort of entertainment? Card, board games, yeah, that sort of stuff. Okay. I sort of have time for that, but I'll keep it in mind. Oh, you're a precious creature. She laughs. I must monopolize you now. I'm sure you have many introductions to make, but please call on me later. I'd love to hear more about you. Okay, her movements are clearly practiced. I don't have the contortion, I'll just nod. Okay. Yes, you. She arrived without an escort. Hello. Jade. Your Highness, thank you for taking the time to meet with us. Please accept my condolences about your father. Thank you. He was such a powerful man. I regret never having the chance to know him better. That just goes to show you have to seize opportunities when you can. In a place like this, we often have to manufacture our own opportunities. The actor of Kloblon said something similar. Oh, she did she? For some reason, she appears to find this extremely funny. Some people love to play the game, but they don't realize how easy they can be outmatched by someone younger and faster. Which just shows you that I should keep an eye out for you, doesn't it? Okay. And I have great allure. She likes to play games, does she? Perhaps we will each have the chance to see what the other brings to the table. Perhaps so. Please call me whenever your schedule permits. I'm sure we can come to a mutually beneficial agreement. Yes, we'll talk later. She nods to you and walks away, angling her path to accidentally bump into a man in an expensive suit as she goes. Alright, who else we got? Ah, yes, the old man. The breeze stirs in the skies, lighted at your presence, Imperial Princess Zorana. From the heart of our home, we send warmth and welcome you unto you. I who greet you am known in your tongue as rippling eternity. It is a pleasure to meet you. He raises one clawed talon. A meeting is a beginning. Many lifetimes ago, your ancestors and mine met for the first time on the surface of a world both near and far from where we stand now, and the stars were carried in their arms. Even the ancient callers, those who led their flocks in wisdom, could not have imagined that eyes in the dark were watching from the limitless void of space. It was a voyager known as High Peak who was the first to spot a light growing in the sky, a light which would in time descend and take shape into a great and gleaming figure. That sounds like it's gearing up to tell you an entire epic of the Hera people based around the first contact with the Celestial Empire. That could take a while, especially in such an old and quavering voice. I would recite a poem. You hope to hurry this tale to its end by summing up the point, whatever that might be, in one grand poetic stroke. And all wings would beat as one, as kin we all must be, to rise above the setting sun and in the stars be free. The actor stares at you, falling silent. It's a poem I learned to recite in school, representing the unity of Harry Prime upon their admission to the Celestial Empire. I see. Come to think of it, was that poem actually written by a Haru? Oh well, at least it shows you were thinking about the subject. Thank you for your words of wisdom. I hope we can speak again later.
I am certain that we will.
Alright. Much remains to be done. Okay, outward combat. Any sufficient large building, you know. We'll be staying here. I think there's lots of votes to be harvested. Heart of Ice. It is an epic tragedy telling the tale of two lovers, a Merkin woman and a Miro man. They wish to marry, but a jealous Mao witch comes between them. She sacrifices all her power to banish the woman into the spirit realm for as long as the man's heart remembers her. You don't really care about all of that plot details, but by the end, everyone has died of despair and frozen for all eternity. Operas are like that. Will I make a speech? Oh, yes, I will. Probably praise the Empire. You have an election to win. You have to take whatever opportunities you can to look deserving of the honor. We stand here in the Heavenly Palace, the heart of the Celestial Empire, to celebrate one of our many great art forms, the opera. Here we celebrate our history, our civilization, our education, our refinement. The Empire is like a living thing, always growing, always changing, but it's held together by the backbone of tradition. We honor the past, even as we reach for the future. You sit down to the sides of polite approval. The performance is lavish, the musician's skilled, but it does go on for quite a long time. Be careful to keep your back straight and maintain an expression of interest, regardless of how you actually feel. I'm going to be unarmed. Give me unarmed combat. We will change into the combat outfit, yes. Well, hold on, maybe not yet, but we'll see. An incoming message from the science department. Hello, your Imperial Highness. This is Nils from the Genetics Lab. I'd like to arrange a meeting at your host convenience. Are you available to come down to the lab for a discussion? Is this about the samples we submitted earlier? Did they find a compatibility problem? Is this going to create difficulties with your engagement? For medical confidentiality reasons, it is our policy to discuss these subjects in person. Yeah, if there's nothing to be concerned about, he wouldn't be bothering a princess about it. So, are you available? I'll be right there. May as well get this over with. You make your way down to the science department and are ushered to a small private office.
Hello, Your Imperial Highness. Please take a seat. Make yourself comfortable.
What's the problem? We wouldn't be able to have children together?
No, that's actually less of a problem than we anticipated. This is very hard to explain.
Well, try.
Your genetic heritage is somewhat different than we expected.
In a flash, you remember the mysterious video footage. Your mother protested that you were not her daughter. Did she know something you'd ever guessed? Am I not half Novan?
You could say that. Actually, your genetic structure is close to 98% Novan.
Wait, what? Look down at your hands, your Merkin gray hands. How is that possible? Look at me.
Your appearance seems to have been carefully designed via inserted Merkin genes similar to areas that control superficial visual features. Other than that, you are completely Novan. I can only speculate, Your Imperial Highness, but at a guess, I would imagine that you are perhaps a clone child of the late Empress Melania. 2% variance is below legal guidelines, but if the Emperor wished it...
Your head is spinning. You're your mother's clone? An illegal, genetically modified clone? It doesn't change your status as heir. The Emperor acknowledged you. He put you in this position. He is your father by law, even if not by blood. And even though he never raised you, and you barely knew him, he made you, at least. He must have. You were his creature.
I thought you would want to know. Of course, we would not pass any of this information to your intended partner. They will only be told the compatibility results, which are positive.
You will not tell anyone what you have discovered, not even the Imperial Thresher.
Of course not, Your Imperial Highness. We understand the importance of data privacy.
The Palasides are loyal servants, aren't they? They can keep a secret.
They certainly kept your father's secrets. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me. I am sure you must have, many things you need to be doing, Your Imperial Highness. I don't want to take any more of your time. Have a good day.
What are you supposed to do with this information? How do you react when your entire identity, your very body, feels like a lie? You don't dare tell anyone. You don't know how they might react. It doesn't matter to the law, but it might matter to people's loyalties. You've got to lift your chin and carry on. Okay, so let's change clothes, actually, because if I'm just talking to people, I don't need to be in body armor. Let's start with Grajdana. Let us negotiate. Alright. I need the support of my electors to formally become empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Of course, Your Highness. I'm happy to lend you my support. I only hope that this doesn't mean the end of our conversations. Well, I'll be very busy until the election is completed. Oh. But when I achieve my throne, the faithful will be rewarded. There will definitely be celebrations around the coronation. The important thing for now is that you have her vote. Okay, well, that was easy. Rippling Eternity. Let's negotiate. You arrange for a private conversation with Rippling Eternity. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me?
Appreciate the time you've taken to forge a personal connection. Yes, I'm willing to give you the support of Rylat.
Thank you. Man, this is easy. Simple. Man, look at the votes. The votes are pouring in. All right, Jade. What say you? I need the support of my electors in order to formally become empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? She sighs, lifting a head to stare at her nails. I don't see any reason to make promises I haven't made up my mind. Why should I? I'm not particularly invested in this election. I have no reason to care. You ought to care. This election affects the entire empire. Whomever happens to win this little contest and claim the grand social throne, I doubt they'll be coming back to this sector for the next 3 FIVMs. She might be right about that. I'll make up my mind when it suits me, not before. She switches off the connection as if trying to leave you with the impression that you were wasting her time rather than the other way around. Huh. That didn't go well. What if I charm and flatter her? Offer a cabinet position, maybe? I only have one more. I don't get it. Why is she... Come on. I need the support. Dang. Okay. Where's secretive right now? I'm gonna brood somewhere. We'll go to her too. Alright, anything going on? Seems like my father. Yeah, sure. Vastly, pretty flowers. Okay. Let's work on the big guns, in case I need to fire in a spaceship or something. Alright, the Harry system. What do we got here? Her language isn't just rude, it's so overtly inappropriate that it could only be a deliberate message. Despite Curtis, okay. She signaled that she doesn't care about the rules of polite behavior. She'll react better to a blunt response, cutting right to the point rather than dancing around being nice. How allowing her to talk to you like that will affect how others see both of you. People may believe that you are close friends or that she is too politically powerful for you to challenge. This sector's total population is around here for the Empire, so why did you bother? Show me some respect. You catch her gaze and smile coldly. So you admit that despite all your efforts, you remain utterly insignificant within the realm of Imperial politics. Perhaps your appalling manners are hampering your advancements. This sector is small and has been long neglected, all the more reason that it is due a visit to look for signs of weakness or insubordination. An empress must know all of her territory, even down to the least rodent hole. Now beg my forgiveness. I apologize for a disrespectful tone, Your Highness. Hostile. Hello, Your Highness. It's good to see you again. Again? You never informed me in discourse, so I was lucky enough to win a ticket to an Imperial premiere once you were one of the black carpet guests, so I saw you there. Oh, what show? Drachenflucht. Drachenflucht. It was the first live-action adaptation of a popular comic strip. The premiere was a huge event. Passionate fans flocked from all across the Empire just to have a costume parties in the streets, if they couldn't get into the show itself. All across the Empire, including apparently Haru too, and the moons of Panai. Chapadak had to travel all the way to Kedra? And that was half of him ago, too. She's not that much older than you. Would she even have been an adult at that time? You're not sure you could have managed to arrange a trip halfway across the Empire just to attend a show. At least not until you became the heir. She was quite a fan. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you properly. Introduce my spouse, Bright Blue Shell. She brings forward a Haru who appears like Chapadak to be in young adulthood, despite the name, it's not wearing anything of a bright blue. Actually, there is a subtle harmony between Bright Blue Shell's attire and Chapadak's. They're just not to match, but to complement each other and demonstrate a compatible alignment. So Chapdog's outfit owes more to Haru fashion than to Tharkin. Bright Blue Shell greets you quietly and withdraws, apparently preferring to leave the politics to its spouse. That's nothing personal, it's just shy. Please accept my condolences about your father. Thank you. After Kadar's provocation, it is a relief to talk to someone so friendly and polite. However, politeness alone is no guarantee of political support. I've never visited this sector before. Are there any sites you would recommend? Please don't do that. What? No one and nothing in the sector is equipped to entertain an Imperial entourage. It's very kind of you to visit, but you'll be putting a strain on us if you stay. The Heavenly Palace is self-sufficient. You don't have to worry. The Heavenly Palace is perfectly capable of providing for all my needs while I'm in the sector. It won't be a problem. Yes, of course, I'm sorry. We're not used to being visited by anyone of such power and importance or such a large vessel. There's nothing here to draw them. I really don't have any suggestions for sites or entertainments worthy of an Imperial Princess. Well, there certainly aren't going to be any star-studded galas out here, but as long as there are people present, there must be some culture worth exploring. On the other hand, she's obviously trying to discourage you. Is that just modesty or fear that you will look down on her constituents? I'd like to see how the locals live. I'm traveling in order to learn more about my empire and get to know the people in it. I'd be interested in just spending some time among the ordinary people, seeing what life's like on Poise. Things like that. Your Imperial Highness, please consider the security concerns and the disruption to everyone's schedules. It'd be extremely inconvenient. Alright then, never mind. Look forward to speaking with you in more detail privately later. Okay, positive. The voice croaks from behind. Excuse me, sir, Madam Majesty? So what does have to address you? You're sort of neither a Majesty nor a Sir. Even Madam is incorrect, if a more understandable mistake. Whoever's speaking ought to have the courtesy to appear in front of you and address you as your Imperial Highness, or at least your Highness, not call out to you like a child straying in a market. It'd be undignified for you to respond to such a clumsy approach. You deserve respect. Okay, who would it be? I'll correct the speaker. Hello, you two. The regions of Pane Stui, Star Needle of Robe Ice. Okay. You may correctly address me as your Imperial Highness. Yes, of course, Highness Zorana, please forgive me. Head bobbing increases in speed. I apologize, please. We don't know how to do this. We've never had visitors like you before. We've never had training. We don't know how people of your kind behave. Are they implying that you're some kind of exotic savage, then, because you're Merkin? I'm not considering what much of the Empire thinks about the Haru. My mate and I have never attended a society reception before. We have no experience with political etiquette. We weren't raised. We weren't bored. We make mistakes. It's not because you're Merkin. It's because you're noble and they are not. They're terrified. They are the regents and guardians of the official elector. Normally, that opportunity would fall to whomever had the most power to seize it, but in this sector, where the term society must be stretched to exist at all, perhaps not. Perhaps these two were the child's favorite teachers and nothing more. What at the reception in honor of your regency? Never an imperial reception, perhaps, but surely there must have been a grand celebration in honor of you receiving the regency. Is this so different? Celebration? You've upset it quite seriously. What did you say wrong? You weren't trying to give offense. There was no reception, it was a personal ceremony. Something about the way it says personal gives you the clue. Was this couple romantically involved with the previous elector? The regency received only upon the death of a beloved? Acknowledging your misstep, you echo their request for pardon. Of course, in honor of your commitment to your memory, please forgive me, that was my mistake. If we all try to understand each other, forgiveness should not be needed. I'm sorry that the young lector, Flashes of Waves, was not able to attend tonight. I hope everything is well. It is still very young, and it wouldn't enjoy the travel, and might have been loud and disruptive. The Harry brings out a palm hollow to show you an image of the child, its beak crooked, open in the frozen laughter. It looks just like Scintillayon when it was young, doesn't it? The couple clucks fondly at each other. Scintillayon, the previous elector, died unmarried. No second parent for Flashes on Waves was mentioned. Is it a clone child? Maybe. Really, this information should have been noted for you, even in the basic introductory biography. Jeesh, incompetence, man. But if they were too big so remote, I guess it makes sense. No restriction on a clone child within the Haru system. It's unlikely that any prestigious fertility clinic would be built in the sector. And where officially regulated options are unavailable, people have been known to improvise. Could one of these two be the young elector's other biological parent? Let's ask. You might ask, who was Flashes on Wave's second parent, or did it have one? You look at each other. We don't know.
It's a Tilly's child, that's all that it said. If one of them is the parent, they're being very quiet about it. It's probably a clone child. Please enjoy the evening. I look forward to the opportunity to talk to you more in a private later. Yes, thank you. Okay. I do want more spaceships, so we'll write the diary. And we'll stay here. Got some votes to win. Good morning. The committee requests your opinion. Alright, what's the situation? Rogue geneticist says, okay, this is the clone children one. On brand. It's not illegal to be a clone. Hold on, I think I missed something that was in the log. Oh, okay. You are very near a clone of your mother, and you still don't know why. It's not a pleasant thing to think about. The genesis but arrested, but what do we do with the children? Are they the same age? No, they're in batches. I have no opinion on the matter. This has nothing to do with me. I don't see the need to meddle. Let the committee make up their own minds. Give them a bit of autonomy. They'll want that. They're a bit upset with me at the moment. I'll form the opinion of the committee of your opinion. I've received word from the High Pontifex. She is seeking guidance from the gods to determine the most auspicious date for the formal election process. There should be an answer soon. Okay. Here we go. I want piloting skills. Okay. Let's start with Robe of Ice and Starlight Needle. They seem pretty simple. They probably have a pretty simple request. Alright, hello. You two. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? The election is on now. The voting happens at the election, doesn't it? Can they really be this naive about politics, or are they trying to trick you into saying something foolish? That's when the votes are counted, but you can agree to sign your vote ahead of time. Why would we do that? Well, if you've made up your mind already, then making a formal pledge of loyalty means that the other factions will stop calling on you. Also, this is when you have the chance to talk to me personally and privately in order to negotiate. Ah, so electors ask what they want in exchange for giving you their votes. That is the pledge. But what if you don't win? What happens to the promise then? Well, that's why people generally ask for something I can do right now, rather than something only the Empress can do. A gift may be a favor, some action to show my intentions, a challenge to prove my strength, or show the favor of the gods. A lot of them have actually just been straight up just giving me their vote because they like me. Yeah, that's an option too. Is there something you want? Something that would make it clear to you that I'm the best choice to be Empress? They look at each other. Give us a split. It cuts the connection. After a while, the couple reconnects. Can you retrieve classified data? I mean, in theory. What? Information from restricted Imperial databases. Can you get data without raising alarms or leaving a trail or telling anyone about it? Secretly accessing classified information. That could have Imperial security implications. Not for you. You're the Imperial Princess, the designated heir. You are entitled to anything you can lay your hands on. You won't be in any trouble. What do a pair of electors who should already have fairly high-level access need with truly top-secret information? Of course, these who have no political experience, it's possible that they don't realize how much access they have available already, so if so, you could play it up like an enormous favor just to give them things they could have gotten on their own. What sort of data? Developments in ultra-low gravity environments. What sort of developments? Zero-G hydroponics, the effects of gravity on chemical reactions, anti-gravity generators? Can you be more specific? No. Anything you can find. But it has to stay quiet if you want our vote. By refusing to tell you more specifically what they're looking for, they can hide what their true interest is. You can't betray them if you don't know the truth yourself. Or maybe they don't even know what they're looking for? No, not exactly. This might be a fishing expedition that they hope will turn up clues. Find out whatever you can and bring it to us. They close the connection. Well, they've told you their price, but is this a good idea? You sense that they probably have positive feelings about you. Like, I mean, I should be able to get the classified material very easily. Let's take a look at what Chapadoc wants. Hello, Chapadoc. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Like, it's not for a while. I don't want to wear anyone's badge at this point. Is there anything I can offer you that would make you change your mind? Offer me like what? You know, I could undergo a trial to prove my worthiness, seek the favor of the gods, bring you rare dragon food merchandise, take your spouse out dancing. Whatever would help you determine if our interests are aligned. This knows what to do. I want to fire a spaceship pulse laser. You want to go blast space dust in the rings of Pane? No! Too dangerous. Might set off a cascade and hit a moon, especially since I'm not, trained at all. I don't have something big, but you'll have to teach me how. Okay. That's something. You are actively hostile. Might need to charm you first. Let's look into this. Let's try to do this. Like, what skills would this require? The region electors of Penne Stewie have requested that you access restricted databases to retrieve the latest Imperial information on developments in low-gravity environments. They've asked that you do this personally and quietly, leaving no trace back to them. You don't know what exactly they're looking for or what they plan to do with the information. You can't guess what the consequences might be if you succeed or if you fail and are caught. Are you ready to make this step? Fail and are caught? I have 30 in hiding. I'm not really stealthy. I've got to learn Menace, though. I don't know. I should be able to get in there. I'm the Imperial Princess. Let's go. You sit down at your private terminal to begin pulling up various programs. I have bureaucracy. Truly secret systems can't be accessed remotely, not even by an emperor. Every branch of government has multiple offices within the Heavenly Palace. Hidden somewhere among those are the secure network terminals and hard crystal reports that are only available to a trained few. From your terminal, you can pull up public records about staffing, cleaning schedules, and other allocations, and overlay the information you have about such things are organized in order to pin down the most likely access points. With that in mind, which branch of the government will you target? It's too risky to go after all of them, and you don't know precisely what Starlead and Robe of Ice are looking for. They might refuse to honor at the bargain if you can't provide any useful information. The Commerce Department is likely to have lower security than most other divisions, though it's not immediately clear what information they would have about low-gravity environments. Notes on how gravity affects construction stresses, maybe? Data on mining gas planets? It could take time to find anything interesting, but if you're caught, it would be easy to pass off as idle curiosity. There's obviously going to be all kinds of data about low-gravity experiments in the science labs, but there are a lot of labs and a lot of staff on duty at all hours. Considering what happened with your father's experience, the science department will want to help you for your own protection. You can get information, but it'll be hard to do it secretly. Alien species have nothing to do with Imperial low-gravity development, so you don't need to look there. The military does train in low-gravity environments. There might be top-secret techniques or weapons developments available, but that sort of data is definitely going to be under guard. And is it really a good idea to give military secrets to a pair of Airsats nobles in a sector that barely even qualifies as a backwater? Okay, I mean, science seems like the natural place to go. The only problem is, like, I'm not very secret, but, like, I can talk my way out of suspicion, I would think. So let's go science. There's no such thing as an off shift for the science section, at least not as a whole. There's always someone somewhere hard at work on their latest project, while certain labs might be shut down for the night. Reaching them would require passing open eyes. It's impossible for you to disguise yourself as just another scientist. You are the Imperial Princess, everyone knows you by sight. Your very skin would give you away. Although, if you wore a full cleanroom suit and mask, only your eyes would be visible. That might be enough to hide your identity, but it certainly wouldn't make you inconspicuous. You still need a good lie to deflect attention. Scientists are often eager to share their latest discoveries. Perhaps you can encourage them into giving you information without realizing what you're fishing for. Alright, try to sneak in, disguise yourself, deception plus dramatic, or bluff your way in. Rhetoric,
etiquette, and menace. Oh boy. Rhetoric, etiquette, menace. Oh yeah. Let's go. You don your sharpest tiara and a robe trimmed with black feathers and sweep down to the science section, looking every inch the Imperial Princess. With a mixture of polite protocol and passion for purpose, you convince the department secretary that you require a full tour right now. You're escorted through the lab after lab, greeted by scientists who are all alertly? Bright-eyed. Is that alertly? I don't know. They're bright-eyed with excitement, or trying to hide their yawns after their emergency summoning. Each team falls over themselves to describe what they're working on and how to advance the Empire. It's actually educational. Even if you can't follow all the details, you're getting some valuable insight into current processes and what might be possible. At last, after a baffling discussion on tetracyclic modular scaffolding, you strike pay dirt. There's a researcher doing something with focused gravitic pulse beams, which can theoretically be used to push and pull objects, if it works at scale. This would probably be interesting to the Regents, but how do you get any actual data on it? All eyes are on you. You can't just snatch the tablets out of their hands. You're forced to carry on with the tour, smiling and nodding at each new discovery whilst keeping the backwards path focused in your mind. As you near the end, you excuse yourself, pleading a sudden urge to visit the toilets and promising that you can find them on your own. Oh no, layout. However, it seems that no one is willing to risk the Imperial Princess managing to get lost and stumble to a field inverter. You don't get far before your helpful escort reasserts themselves, guiding you gently to the washrooms and back out of the departments. You've learned something, but not enough, and the whole science team has taken special notice of you. You'll never manage to steal their secrets now. Maybe you shouldn't even try? Well done. That was looking promising, too. Okay, Kadar. Maybe I give them a position. I don't know. I'm gonna charm and flatter you. Hopefully you answer. You won't even return my calls. Great. Okay. Now I'm compliance. Either way, it's negative on spaceships. Ah, that's rough. I guess we'll search for problems. Okay. We'll stay here for now. Okay. Turn 35. We've got 5 more turns. We got 3 more turns. $17 electors. Oh, that's so many! Could someone try to kill me, please? Okay. If only I had sleight of hand previously. Let's go double layout here. It might be enough to push us over the edge with the other elector request. Okay, Chapadoc. Let's try this. Alright, we're going out on the spaceship. Blow up something big. Am I ready? Let's fly. Alright, in the hangar. Look and see. You sweep your arms in the direction of a small Imperial flyer, its bronze frame sweeping back from a round-tipped prow like a miniature comet. Is that big enough to have weapons? Of course it has weapons. Maybe they're not the same size as a battleship's cannon, but they can still make things go boom. Yeah, I suppose. Come on board. You fire up thrusters and blast out into local space. Want to take a circle around Panay for the view? No, we should get further out. I mean, we need to be at a safe distance before we can start blasting anything. Can you go to the Whiskat Cloud? The Whiskat Cloud. Okay. Is a gas ring with no planet inside, which orbits the Haru star. It's reported to be dangerous to approach, which is the only reason you can see why there is no permanent station nearby to explore such a rare and interesting space phenomenon. You could get close enough for a nice view. Chapdock is from the system, after all. She must know the hazards. Or is that why she suggested? Is this a trap? We'll go somewhere else. That area is dangerous. Empty space would be better. I mean for us to fly into the cloud, but fine. As long as I get to blow things up. Which is still at least a little dangerous. You set a course and engage the engine. Since you're flying in normal space, it will take a few hours to reach the area you have in mind. But it's a smooth sail with no traffic anywhere nearby. You can point the flyer the right direction and go take a nap if you want. After you reach a suitable remote area, you press a button and launch a simple target buoy. It hangs relatively motionless in space ahead of you, begins flashing helpful "Here I am" data back to the flyer. Okay, there you go. Blast away. Never handled a ship before. Where do I put my hands? What do I press? Right here. Alright, I have basic big guns training. You indicate the relevant controls. Chapdock presses a button and a brilliant flash shoots away from the flyer, missing the buoy completely. Okay, now how do I hit it? Alright, I'm a student. Okay. You can manually adjust the targeting like this. Okay. Boom. You destroyed something. You happy? You do I have your vote? Cool! That's too slow to line up with a moving target, isn't it? How do I zap something that's trying to evade me? I'm not sure, actually. I've never been in a combat scenario. She pouts. Perhaps show me how to fight with space lasers. Actually, I didn't promise anything about fighting at all. You asked me to let you fire the laser, and I did. I said I wanted to blow up something big, and that little binky buoy's not something big. Well, I'm not going to let you blow up a whole ship for no reason. And that makes sense, but at the same time, it is what I asked for. If you can't do that, then I don't think I can pledge you my vote. You want to use some more lasers? Yes. Great. Well then. I'm gonna investigate your background, see if I can blackmail you. Only child. Which has never lived on the territory that she represents. Despite all the having negligible constituents and a powerless seat since coming into adulthood, Godard has worked tirelessly to advance her fortunes. Her committed attendance is exemplary, and she regularly volunteers to serve on panels and task forces. Outside of government, she also holds a position within the family corporation and is involved in a number of business deals. There are no records of her engaging in any romantic relationship, no official engagements or co-occupieds. If she prefers more casual downs, she has managed to keep them quiet. Kadar has no heirs and has filed no arrangements for the continuity of her lectureship. She's fond of clockwork puzzles. Many who meet her consider her to be rude, stubborn, and unwavering. Incorruptible, though, lacks sociability. Okay, Chapdock. Would you like a cabinet position? In exchange for electoral vote, I'm willing to grant you a role within the Celestial Ministry. You'll be one of my closest advisors with influence on Imperial policy. Oh, well, that's extremely generous of you. But I'm not sure it's a good idea. I don't have experience in wider Imperial issues. I would be a very good advisor. I'm needed here to look after my constituents. I can't abandon them to go travel with the Heavenly Palace. You could serve your people by bringing their needs to our attention. The sector feels a little neglected. Aren't there resources you could use if we directed them your way? We'd really rather take care of that ourselves. You're not wrong, this is the frontier in a way. We don't have a lot, but that means our population is mostly made up of people who like being relegate individualists. Suddenly channeling a lot of government aid to this area wouldn't go down well. So while I'm very flattered, I'm afraid I have to say no thank you. Do you guys want a cabinet position? In exchange for electoral vote, I'm willing to grant you a role within the Celestial Ministry. One of us, only one of us. I know you hold the Regency in George, but a ministerial seat is meant for only one person. It's Not traditional, but it could probably be arranged for you to share the honor. That's not necessary. We are not interested in joining the celestial ministry. That's true. We have children. Many politicians don't see the existence of children as a hindrance, but these two have never shown a great interest in imperial politics. You're offering them a great honor, one that they truly haven't earned, and they don't even want it. Perhaps you should have seen that coming. Thank you for your time. Ah, thank you. You're welcome. Goodbye. What's the vote at? I don't have the votes. I'm making a list of my enemies. Okay. Well, that was a complete waste. We'll go to Haru 2. And then... Or Haru 1, rather. What turn do we need to be settled down by? Like, it's 33, I think. So in theory, we could probably go 4, have one last shot at... I don't know why she wasn't willing to treat with me. 4, 1, the Drog, maybe? Then we could go 1, Deep Space, and then Darkest 2. That's probably more... 1 and then Drug. Yeah, we'll go Hair 1 first, and then we'll think about Drog or Tharkus 2. Obviously, Tharkus 2 has 2 electors we could potentially sway. Okay, what's going on? Hello, Xena. Zorana, I heard about the date for the election being finalized. Are you excited? I wouldn't say excited, worried maybe, but I'll do my best. Of course you will. You're the princess. This is your destiny. Do you think I'll be too busy to visit with your empress? I'm probably not busy right now, actually. You're going to be a married woman. Yeah. I'm looking forward to it. I think we're a good match. I think I've made the best choice for me. We're a good match. We'll work well together. Then I'm happy for you. I wonder if I'll ever find the perfect match for me. Just plenty of time. Unlike you, she's not under any pressure. Well, anyway, I hope I'll see you soon. Good luck. Dart guns. It'll be relevant, maybe. Really, I do kind of... I hope people kill me, honestly. Okay, we don't have much time here. We basically have to pick one of these guys to negotiate with. Let's negotiate with 3 Rocks Nestled first. I need the support before we become so we pledge your loyalty to me. Vote now! I'm not ready. I don't have my notes. Oh, I do have my notes. It flips through a little notebook and looks back at you. It seems that, I'm not certain that there is such a great difference, really. Whoever takes the throne will rule the Empire, and, well, I don't have much reason to choose one or the other. Is there anything I could do that would give you a reason, something that would show you that I'm the best choice to be Empress? How are you for games? What sort of games? Challenges, puzzles, adventures, forays into fantasy. It's a hobby of mine, putting people into imagined scenarios that they must explore to uncover the true story, the way to escape. It's so difficult to find people willing to help test these little creations. A game master needs players, you know, and with my background, your background is a perfect subject. Is it dangerous? It's just a game. Well, I suppose things could go a bit wrong. I mean, things could always go wrong. Fire, flood, earthquakes, books fall on your head. That happened once, so I can't say there's no danger, but that doesn't make it more exciting. Okay. You need time for the dungeon. It's traditional to call any playing space a dungeon. It doesn't mean there will be monsters necessarily. So what does it involve? I can tell you if you were prepared, it would be a fair test of my creation. Okay. Contact me. I'm trying to remember what skills this required previously. 1 bite. Would you like a cabinet position? In exchange for electoral vote, I'm willing to grant you a role within the Celestial Ministry. You'll be one of my closest advisors with influence on Imperial policy. I did not expect that. You were serious about this offer. Of course. Which role were you considering? External curator. Very well, I will accept your offer and pledge you my vote in the election. It leans in close. The worlds will be watching. Alright, 30 skill in relations. Okay, 3 rocks nestled. How is the votes looking? 14. I need 3 more, man. Maybe I can actually win over undecided this time around? We gotta try this quest. Alright. It wasn't clear whether you have more than 1 chance at this. Let's play. Alright, we've done this so many times that it always failed. A large warehouse. I'll keep you honest, I am so glad you could make it. The scenario is based on the Novan phonography era, a classic time period on that planet for murder mysteries and hands-on detective work. I have to investigate a murder? Well, who knows? Anything could happen. You're an investigator visiting the mansion of an eccentric millionaire, the wealthiest class of the time. It is in possession of a stolen diamond necklace, very valuable, rumored to carry a mystical curse. Your job is to find the necklace and escape with it. Here's a notebook in case you need it for any puzzles. Okay. Any other equipment or weapons you have, you should leave them here. The puzzles are meant to be solved with only what you find inside. Now, once you go through that door, you're an old Nova and pre-spaceflight. Try to stay in character. Okay. On with the show. Step in. Door closes. I'm alone in the dark. Bang. You hear the sound of thunder crashing and lights overhead, flickering crazily, giving you fragmentary glimpses of your environment. You're standing on a rough plasticrete floor. Oddly, in front of you is the facade of another building, an oddly fashioned house, the mansion that the Rock Cecil described. The sound of rain sweeps over with a hiss on the panels. I can shiver. 2 glass lanterns ignite. You approach the front door. Alright. Common courtesy would suggest that you should knock rather than attempt to barge into a strange home. On the other hand, you are apparently supposed to be stealing a necklace, so perhaps stealth is called for? Let's knock. You lift the knock and bring it down loudly against the door's surface. After a moment, you hear a voice from the other side. You have an invitation. What? Please sign your invitation through the door so that I can see who's calling. You don't have an invitation, just a notebook full of blank paper and a pen. Plead to be let in. Alert plus Riddick. You're supposed to play along with the story, right? You take in a deep breath, letting your shoulders heave as you widen your eyes. Please, I beg you, let me in. I don't have an invitation, but I've lost my way, and now it's torrenting down rain. I'm frightened and cold and wet alone. Surely you wouldn't leave me out here in the dark. The door creaks up, revealing Oriole, the Elector's companion, wearing a formal feathered suit. Who, might I say, is calling? The Lady Zorana. Oh, thank you so much. Please come inside. He ushers you into a room decorated in what you assume is period Novan style. A large number of comfortable chairs are set all around the edges and tiny wooden tables crammed in between them. The walls are covered with decorative patterns. Paper, high shelves hold a collection of silver and china. Make yourself comfortable, madam, and I will announce your arrival to the master. He bows and leaves through a side door that he closes behind himself. You stand in place uncertain. Are you supposed to search this room for clues? Is the diamond necklace hidden in one of the silver cups, or should you go deeper into the mansion while the servant is not looking? Suddenly you hear a voice coming from behind the door, or you'll just use. Despite the distance, they're as loud and clear as if you were standing in the same room. Inspector's here? You let her into the house. This is a catastrophe. I expected better from you, my lord butler. 1,000 apologies, Master. Should I send her away? No, that will arouse her suspicions. You must keep her occupied. Stall her, serve her tea and cakes. I will use a secret passage to reach the diamond necklace and secure it safely. Yes, master. And then oddly you hear a little snippet of music, a distinct 4-note tune followed by a dull grinding noise. As you blink in puzzlement, Oriole re-emerges, pulling the door behind him again so that you cannot see the room beyond, but not quite closing it. Please accept my apologies, madam. The master is deeply occupied with important business matters and cannot receive you at the moment. If you would be so kind as to have a seat, I'll bring you tea and refreshments while you wait.
He exits again through a different door this time. This one closes solidly behind him. You walk over to peek through the first door. The room beyond appears to be sturdy, containing a large desk, several bookshelves, a fireplace, and a keyboard, perhaps a harpsichord. There's no one in the room and no sign of any other exit. The master must have exited via the secret passage that was mentioned. There was little tuned, so is this harpsichord the key? I failed. Music student. Honestly, if I had done just one music class before coming here. Unfortunately, you lack the musical ability to remember and replicate the tune you've only heard once. What are you going to do? You find your hands across the keyboard, pressing multiple keys at once, hoping to get lucky. It creates an alarming jangle, but no secret door appears. Stupid thing. And I kick it, and then I get kicked out. Great. Okay. Secretive. Read in the diary. I really actually do kind of want someone to kill me. Or attempt to kill me, anyway. I think I go to drug. Yeah. If I can do everything I need in drug in one turn, I might be able to swing back to Harry 1 and, I don't know, maybe blackmail the bird. Alright, you see a message from Wesley sending you his best wishes and encouragement for the upcoming election, as well as his hope to see you soon. You probably will, whichever way fortune slices. If you win, of course you'll invite your friends to the coronation. If you lose, well, you might need some friendly support. Okay. Maybe it would have been different if you had stayed in the palace. But for now, I have studying to do. Give me operations, and then I'll give me the spaceship's outfit. That's probably the best I could do. Alright, Stoyan. We're gonna try your personal quest. If that doesn't work, we'll investigate you and maybe blackmail you. In order to search the shattered ice of Drog for mystical signs, you'll need to fly through the system in a small ship. Okay. Piloting a small craft is not a problem for you. You check out a personal flyer and head off into the dark debris of Drog. Every known asteroid in the Drog system has an official designation of letters and numbers which refer to its orbit and time of discovery, but the large ball of shattered ice is more commonly known as Icinus? Icinus? Despite decades of research, the shimmering surface still looks to your eyes as if it has never been touched by living hands. It is very beautiful, very lonely, and very cold. If you want to seek truths hidden within the ice, you will have to fly your ship through those broken channels until you can find a place to land. If you're not careful, you end up in a frozen tomb. Of course, it might be possible to find a piece of Isidus elsewhere. The ice is cracked from countless impacts. A chunk might have broken off and drifted away with the other rocks. It would be difficult to scan a whole system for a lost bit of ice, but if you found one, it would definitely be a sign Arhel has never seen before. The fastest way to get a free piece of asteroid would be to blast one off yourself with the ship's weapons. Piloting operations are big guns. My piloting skill is 55, operations are 40, and big guns are 30. So in theory, piloting should probably work. Though, hold on, I already had a skill check for practice to get here in the first place. So piloting might be a higher skill check than the operations. Let's try it. Cautiously fly into the frozen chasm of Isidus. Ooh. What looked like tiny cracks from a distance reveal themselves to be vast canyons. As you skim closer, you have room to maneuver, but every surface is jagged and menacing. Landing won't be easy. You scrape the hull pretty badly as you settle down, but the flyer appears intact. Donning a protective suit, you exit onto the planetoid's surface. The silent ice is eerily beautiful, but menacing. There's nothing here to sustain life. You need to go further to the ice, somewhere hidden where no eyes have been to see. But everything around is sharp, fragile, and deadly. You try to squeeze your way through a tight crevice, but your suit straps snag against an icicle behind you. You're trapped. You draw your knife and slowly chip your way free. It's hard work and your knife is badly damaged, but you can always get another one later.
The ice looms around you, distorting your sense of space. You know it's an illusion, but you can almost hear the crystals ringing in your ears. You stare into the translucent depths. There's a dark shape. Something trapped within the ice? No, it's only cracks and shadows. But that's what you're here for, isn't it? Mysterious cracks in the ice? You raise your data coder and take as many images of the shadows in the ice as you can, then head back to your flyer. Unfortunately, when it comes time to take off, the engine makes a strange clunking noise and refuses to fire up. It appears you damaged something in the earlier rough landing. You sort out the problem and prepare for liftoff. And then regrettably the engine explodes. I died! Ah! Ouch. We'll try that again. So I can't get my piloting up high enough. The operations, though, might still be worthwhile. What's the other thing? Big guns? I could get big guns to 50. Worth a shot. Doesn't really seem like the scientific way, but okay. Okay, here we go. Personal quest. Let's not die this time. You've handled the helm a few times, but you're not highly skilled pilot, and rocks tumbling through space can be chaotic. Are you sure you're ready? Yeah, let's go. We're fine. I can do it. Okay. We're going to blast the ice. You know how to fire the ship's pulse lasers, and it's not as though you're likely to miss, not when you're aiming at the broadside of a planet. You line up the crosshairs and press the button. Scarlet beams flash through the darkness, slamming into the broken ice and sending fragments flying into space. Straight towards the ship. Reflexes, okay. You wrench the controls at the controls, spinning the ship safely out of the way. It only takes a split second to get clear, but your stomach keeps turning back for quite a while. The blasted ice caught in the fire of your thrusters has been reduced into pieces too small to be useful. You won't find any mystical signs here. You decide that it's best to go home. Okay. We'll go again. Just don't... Well, actually, we have no operation skills. So, honestly... We'll just do the flying to the ice again and die. Oh, I died immediately. Okay. We'll load that. What we're even on? Turn 32? Okay, operations? Okay. Here we go. I'm practiced. We'll scan for lost fragments. Use the ship's scanners to sweep the area, looking for debris that might have come loose from Icanus. At least you think that's what you set the scans for. You're not really an expert at this yet. In any case, despite a full duty shift's worth of waiting, you never get a single ping. Maybe this wasn't the right approach. You return to the palace empty-handed. Great. I'm gonna investigate your background. He's a clone son of an unmarried elderly female Merkin researcher. Like his mother, he appears to be devoted to his work and avoids close companionship. He was selected to be Airhouse Regent after the death of her parents because he was viewed as an impartial observer by the station elite. He has since adopted the girl as his heir. There are no records of any romantic entanglements or scandals relating to Stoyan. It might be possible to manufacture a scandal by suggesting he is grooming his adopted daughter for marriage. Ooh. Well, it's one way to get a vote. You arrange for private dialogue with Stoyan. You're a very private man. You don't seem to have any personal ties except for your relationship with Arahel. Some might consider that inappropriate. If you're trying to raise a point for negotiation, please be clear about it. Okay, media, menace, and blackmail. There we go. I need your electoral support. If you won't give it to me, then I will circulate a story that you are abusing your connection with Arahel to trap her into marriage once she's old enough. The scandal might take some time to settle, but in the end you will lose the regency, and Arahel will be removed from your care. Her next guardian will be eager to normalize her behavior in order to undo your influence. No more skeletons and mourning veils, and you might be sent out of the system for her safety. All you need to do to avoid that is to agree to support me as Empress, and I will show you my full support in exchange. Let's be civilized about this.
Very well. I do not appreciate your methods, but I accept your terms and will support you as Empress.
That will do. Haha, finally blackmailed someone. You sent such surprise negative feelings out you. You don't say. Okay, I mean, I tried. Alright, I have 15. I need 17 votes, so I need 2 undecided to break my way. Last time, literally none did, but this time I'm like a skilled orator, so maybe I can actually sway some people at the final speech. What even is worthy at this point? I guess some conditioning in case someone tries to kill me. This is your final navigation. Okay, Merca's already completely decided. The only thing I can do is go to Harry 1, and maybe that'll work out. I'm not sure if I can retry the mission. If I can, then... Good morning, Imperial Highness. We've reached our stable destination and broadcast our position to all electors, so that they may arrange transport to the Heavenly Palace for the upcoming election. The distance, of course, is shorter for some than for others. I look forward to seeing them. Is that all? No, the committee requests your opinion on a matter of commerce. A border station near Tharkan space, one that facilitates trade with both the Ch'uk and the Novans, has requested a consultation on the subject. They're still able to scale the fees for clearing goods based on how many warp gates have gone through before reaching the border. Each jump, extra security. Fees based on travel distance would mean a competitive advantage to the Tharkan-produced goods. I do have some undecided Tharkans. They're already natural costs. Yeah, I think most of our major undecideds that could break our way are Tharkans. So let me just be clear. Competitive advantage to the Tharkans. Let's give extra fees for processing. If these shipments require more work to process, then the fees should be higher. That's only fair. Inform the committee of your opinion. Only 2 turns remain. Oh, I can't study music? What was the other skill, the backup skill? What was it? Was it repair? Was it invention? I think it was repair. Okay. Alright, I can try it again. I will try it again. Here we go. Send a message. Okay, the surface. Alright, approach the door. We knock. I will plead to be let in. Okay. Repair student skills. If pressing the keys on the harpsichord triggers the secret passage, there must be switches or wires hooked up to those keys. You carefully lift the lid of the harpsichord and peer inside. It's hard to make sense of it at first because the interior is packed with strings and plectrums. But yes, 4 keys have additional blue wires running under the strings. You may not be an excellent musician, but you at least remember the shape of the tune, the general up and down of it. So with the keys marked, it's easy to hit the notes in the right order. With a low rumble, a bookcase on the wall swings open, revealing a dark passage. This must be the way to wherever the master has hidden the diamond necklace. You slip behind the bookshelf. The walls here are designed to look like they're made of large stones mortared together, but they're too soft. When you touch them, it's some sort of foam that only looks like rocks. Well, this is a game after all. Tiny bulbs in the shape of candle flames ignite as you set foot in the secret passage, enough light to let you pass through safely, though not to see well. Like candles, they flicker erratically, making it hard to focus. Your footsteps seem to echo in the darkness. It's a little spooky in here. Suddenly, you hear a sound and catch a flash of movement beginning ahead of you. Acting on instinct, you press yourself against the wall, out of the obvious line of fire. Metal gratings descend from the ceiling in front of and behind you, blocking the passage. Confused, you run forward and grab hold of the bars and try to lift them up again. They won't budge. Just how heavy are they? Wait, there's a little square hole in the floor right in front of the grate. Surprisingly deep and narrow, with what looks like a keyhole at the bottom of it. Has the grating somehow locked into place? Ha ha! I have you now! The doctor walks into view from the far end of the corridor. It is carrying something in its hands, but he can't quite make it out. So, Madam Inspector, you thought you could beard me in my own den? Hair who don't even have beards! Now the shoe's on the other foot. Ha 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 ha! I've hidden the necklace where no one can find it, defended by the most dangerous beetle of all. And as for you, you were brought here in the secret dungeon, out of sight, forgotten by all, forced to stare at your salvation just out of reach. It holds up the object in its hands, a large ring from which dangles one very long metal key. Then it reaches over to hang the key ring on a small hook attached to the wall for apparently just this purpose. The hook is, of course, just a bit too far away for your hand to reach from behind the metal bars. So long, Madam Inspector. It turns dramatically and struts its way back out of the corridor, leaving you alone and trapped. I don't have contortion, so student intrusion. But that's the whole thing. This is a game, a puzzle. There must be some solution. The flickering lights even out and glow brighter, allowing you to see more clearly. There's a long metal rod of some sort lying on the floor in the crack next to the wall, easily overlooked. You pick it up. It appears to be a fireplace poker with a pointed tip that has a slight flare to it. A proper hook would be a lot more useful, but if your hand is steady, you can use this to capture the key ring. Oh, blade, okay. The poker bears only a vague resemblance to a noble weapon, but you don't take sword fighting lessons without learning something I'd find control over a point. You line up the poker and thrust nearly, spearing the key ring and bringing it back to the grating that jails you. You insert the long key into the hole and turn it with a click. Nothing obvious happens, but now when you grab hold of the bars and haul upwards, they begrudgingly rise. Alright, that's gotta be like the last skill check. There's been so many skill checks in this particular event. The same isn't true of the grating behind you. You're clearly supposed to keep moving forward. You keep the poker handy, though. You never know when you might need a weapon. Conscious quiet, uncertain what to expect, you creep along the passage. At the end of the corridor, there's an obvious brass rectangle mounted to the outline of a door, showing you where to push. You shove on the door, and it pivots, letting you out into another richly appointed room. Another study, perhaps, but the study of a mad taxidermist. The walls and tables are covered with dead animals, stuffed and posed as trophies. A massive char? That's my specific type of animal. Stands forever frozen on its hind legs. Still sharp teeth gleaming. An entire wall is covered with pinned insects of every shape and color. There's no sign of the master or the butler. You're on your own. So now what? He said something about the beetle, right? So we'll examine the insects. You look at the rainbow of insects pinned and mounted on the wall. Bees, butterflies, beetles. Wait, didn't the master say that the necklace was guarded by the most dangerous beetle? This must be a puzzle. You look up and down on the display. How can you tell which is the most dangerous beetle? You're not an expert bug collector, even on your own homeworld. Surely you can't be expected to recognize every insect. Science, practice, yes. Beetles generally aren't dangerous, at least not to anything your size. Predatory beetles eat other insects, not people. Very few beetles are capable of delivering a bite that you would even notice, and you'd have to annoy them a lot to make them try. Then you remember there are ways other than biting for beetles to be dangerous. Some beetles ooze toxic substances that will burn anyone who touches them. It's a defense, not an attack, but it's more dangerous to people than a tiny beetle bite ever could be. Beetle blisters can scar horribly. Toxic beetles usually have aposematic coloring, which means they're bright and easy to see, advertising that you should be more afraid of them than they are of you. So all you need to do is examine the plaques of the brightest looking beetles and poke around looking for hidden buttons and switches without touching the beetles themselves. It seems that each of the framed displays is firmly fixed to the wall, on a hidden pole that allows the frame to be rotated. You have to try a few different red spot beetles, but eventually you turn a frame and are rewarded with the sound of machinery starting up. You turn around just in time to see a panel behind the stuffed char slide away, revealing another secret passage in the wall. The beast is still in the way, so you have to get up close to it and then step cautiously over the base mount in order to enter. The previous passage was designed to look like old stone walls, a mansion's work. This is rougher from what you can tell in the dim light. A mine or a cave, perhaps. Not a real one, of course, but that's the set design. Loose pebbles shift underfoot, hiding practice, marking your every step with a crunch. The passage opens up into a larger space, still too dark for you to make out its full dimensions. One thing, however, is perfectly clear. A pedestal which supports a glittering diamond necklace. Well, diamond, you doubt even the eccentric collector would put up a jewel of such worth as the prize for a game of pretend adventure. It's likely glass, but it certainly sparkles. You make your way up to the pedestal, careful not to touch the necklace just yet. Engineering student. You look all around, checking for traps, switches, tripwires, or anything else likely to activate when someone removes the necklace. Nothing. It seems safe. Time to grasp the arrow by the shaft. You sweep up the prize and leap back, hoping to avoid any reaction. Nothing obvious happens. Someone or something groans. Huh? The groaning is louder, echoing on all sides. It all sounds like words. No, no, no. Suddenly you see a light in the distance. Sun through leaves, a fresh breeze, the way out. Unfortunately, the light also illuminates the area you find yourself in, revealing that you are not alone. Two groups of ghostly white figures are converging upon you from either side. They are about your height, but strangely lumpy and misshapen, as if they were made out of melted dough. They move forward in strange jerky hops that make their bodies quiver like balloons. Each time they jump, they also moan, doom, doom. Is this the mystic curse? The whirling and clanking suggests that these are robots dressed up to look like monsters. In any case, they don't look friendly, and they're getting closer. What'll happen if they grab hold of you? Better not find out. Fight your way through strength and blade and sports. Reflexes, contortion, and tumbling. My reflexes are okay. My blade is decent. My strength is okay. My sports is non-existent. Tumbling, I have... So let's just see. So, reflexes, contortion, tumbling. I have 10 contortion, 45 reflexes, and 15 tumbling. So that's a total of 70. Divide that by 3, it's what, like 23.3 repeating as the average score, which is going to get me at student's level, probably. Whereas strength plus blade slash sports. Hold up. Blade slash sports. Does that mean it takes the better of my two? In that case, it's got to be strength and blade slash sports. I mean, this is pretend. It's not going to be a really challenging combat encounter. You've got the poker in your hand as a weapon. Those monsters look designed to be bashed safely, so have at it! Dang. Yeah! With a fierce battle cry, you charge at the nearest monster and thrust your poker at its head. For a living monster, that might have been disconcerting, but these lumpy, hopping creations don't care about their eyes, and a poker can't effectively penetrate their rubbery surfaces. You may as well put your hand on its face and pushed. The figures keep hopping, piling into you. Their bodies are soft and squishy, but solid and heavier than you. They knock you off balance and then pin you helplessly between them, still moaning doom. You flail your arms, still trying to fight, but they're crammed in so close that you can't get a good swing going. Pounding with your fist on the pommel of the poker doesn't seem to have any impact. You're trapped. Finally, lights come up. I'm afraid that the game's over. Squishy robots peel away from you, letting you get your breath back. Can I try again? I've already seen the whole adventure. It wouldn't be the same if you played it again now. It's the fresh reactions that are most valuable. If I played through the whole thing, then I did the job, right? So can I have your vote? Here's the ending. When you weren't successful, what sort of game would it be if you got the same prize for winning as for losing? Do appreciate your efforts. Perhaps in a FIVM, I'll have a new game. Okay, let me see if I can blackmail you. If not, I'm totally reloading the save. Okay, what do you got? Married to another Haru. According to records, you have never actually met in person. A wedding ceremony was held. They're carried out by proxies. The couples do correspond. Their future plans and heirs remain unknown. You got a concubine. And household manager. And assistants. They're eccentric but not scandalous. Absent-minded, scholar, or a dilettante with shallow interests. So that's, yeah, nothing we can really use against you. Quest failed. Can I negotiate again? Have you changed your mind about supporting me? Oh, very well. You've convinced me. All right, then. Thank you. Progress. Well done. That worked somehow. I wish I could move. So we're at 16. $17 needed to win. So I need to sway an undecided. Or there is something else I could try. What does secretive help me? Yeah, I'll be secretive. Not long now. Already electors and their retinues are beginning to arrive in the Heavenly Palace. The halls are filled with strangers. Soon your fate will be in their hands. What would your parents say if they could see you now? Okay, I am going to change my clothes. We're going body armor. Give me hiding and contortion. I'm going to denounce a bunch of people and see if I can spark someone to try to kill me. If we can disqualify, I think, even just one elector, then we might actually have enough committed votes to get a majority. Okay. Right now you're just starting to stretch your legs a bit and clear your head, but even going on a little walk through the palace hallways keeps bringing you past stranger after stranger. It's your sense of propriety that causes you to take note of the young Thera woman lingering in the hall ahead. She doesn't look lost or out of place. Nothing that would draw anyone's attention or desire to help. She looks bored, like she's waiting with diminishing patience for a missing friend to appear. The problem is, it's a very strange place to wait for a friend, especially at this time of day. The nearest quarters belong to people who are working this shift and won't be back for hours. Something's not right. Avoid her is a safe option. Approach her, though, if I think I can win. Because I need to have this... If this is applied against me, I need to have it discovered so I can disqualify an elector. Curious, you move closer. As you near the woman, she suddenly springs into action, her fist driving straight towards your midsection. You have only enough time to scream before the knife pierces your stomach and rips upwards. And then you feel nothing. Hold on, what all did I just... Reflexes success. Contortion, unarmed. Unarmed practiced. We could probably get to unarmed practiced. Okay. Okay, whoop. Here we go again. Oh, I think we want to go one earlier, because this is already senior fatal. No, hold up. Okay, I have one. Give me my body armor. Or reflexes plus tumbling practiced. Yeah, that Okay, let's do that then, actually. Let's do tumbling. Twice. That'll give us the outfit, which should get us to practice on both counts. We'll wear a leotard. Okay. We will approach her. Curious, you move closer. As you near the woman, she suddenly springs into action, her fist driving straight towards your midsection. The speed of her movement triggers an immediate reaction from you, and you leap back out of her range before your eyes can make out the menacing glitter of the blade in her hand. At that moment, the guards retaliate, slamming your attacker to the ground and safely away from you. She makes no attempt to struggle or even to protect herself as she falls. The reason why is quickly apparent. She's dead. Suicide pill. That's why this attack was so blatant. She had no intention of living through it. You're hustled away to the medical labs to be looked over and patched up, but you're in no danger now. Well, in another sense, you're in constant danger. Whoever sent that assassin was probably one of the electors. There's no way to find out who, not now, not before the election, and that means they're probably still here in the palace with you. I was really hoping to disqualify someone there. Okay, Kurundi. Actually, let's denounce some people. If I can get one assassination attempt before the election, maybe. Hold on, it's gonna be... I don't think we have the time, unfortunately. Okay, I'm going to... Yeah, okay. I need to get in my interaction. Sola. What's the public opinion looking like? Public sees you as someone interested in compromising peaceful solutions. Great. Okay, Kurendi. Any threats? Multiple threats. Any hazardous situations. That's useful. Okay, I'm cautious now. Great. Let's denounce some people. Let's denounce Zolit. And let's denounce Ixel. Okay, prepare for the election. We just need to sway one undecided. No data. Okay, we just need to sway one undecided. That's it. You pace back and forth in your room, muttering under your breath as you practice your speech. You can't back down now. You've come too far. You have to see it through. Either you'll be Empress, or you don't really know what will happen. Concentrate, concentrate. You can do it. You will do it. The appointed hour has arrived. The conclave of electors is assembled. It is time for you to make your final appeal. Representatives from across the Celestial Empire look on as you make your entrance. Your allies, your enemies, and perhaps even your would-be murderers are all gathered in this palace to decide the course of the future. As the designated heir, you have the privilege of speaking first. All others must follow in your wake. You make your way to the central table, raise your head high, and speak the ritual words of candidacy. I, Zorana, daughter of Dragosin and Melania, Imperial Princess of the Celestial Empire, do hereby affirm my identity and my eligibility to assume the Imperial throne. Whatever the truth of your origins, you are the Emperor's daughter by law. I submit myself for judgment, and I will abide by the decisions of this conclave. Civez Dami Mok Saizani. It's an old phrase dating back before Merkins even left the Twin Worlds. Roughly translated, it means that all people are bound together like planets, but it sounds more impressive in the ancient tongue. It's too late for lengthy speeches. Most of the electors will have already made up their minds. This is only to tip the balance for those last few undecided votes. Why should they support you? My charisma. How will your personal charm sway the voters? Beautiful and sympathetic, or popular and inspiring? I'm beautiful and sympathetic. What you say doesn't matter. It's all about how you say it. You are a lovely young princess and also a tragic orphan. People should want to support you. Okay, that's success. Your clothing and makeup are carefully chosen. Your every word delivered in dulcet tones to evoke maximum sympathy. My father's final wishes were that I serve the Empire as he did. Your lashes tremble beautifully. That's it. That's all I have time to say. Next candidate approaches. I, Lukamir, son of Oritz, and Befeli, elector of Kedrau, do hereby affirm my identity and my eligibility to assume the Imperial throne. I submit myself for judgment and will abide by the decision of this conclave. Civez Dami Mok Saizani. You all know me and my axe. We have served together for Fivums. You know what I will bring to the throne. I see no need to make any final appeal. Of course he has to remind them that he has experience. With the introduction of candidates complete, you must now wait for the votes to be cast and collected. I have the results. Sector Merca 1, 2 for Zorana, 5 for Lukamir. Sector Merca 2, 1 for Lukamir. Sector Mao, 3 for Zorana. 3! We only had 2 guaranteed. I think that does it. We only had 2 locked in. Sector Drog, 2 for Zorana. Sector Thaucus, 1. Or Prime, rather. That's how we do this. 3 for Zorana. Sector Thaucus, 2. 2 for Zorana. I'm winning the undecideds! They love me! Sector Thaucus, 3. 1 for Zorana. Sector Haru, 1. 2 for Zorana. Sector Haru, 2. 2 for Zorana, 1 for Lukamir. Sector Haru, 3. 2 for Zorana, 1 for Lukamir. That's another undecided we won out. Yeah, 3. Is that 2 undecideds? Or was that 4? Either way, yeah, 4. That's 2 undecideds we won over there, too. Sector Haru, 4. 2 for Zorana, 1 for Lukamir. The total votes are 21 for Zorana, 9 for Lukamir. All hail Zorana, Empress-elect of the Celestial Empire. The chamber fills with noise, applause, cheers, complaints, probably even a joke or two. You can't tell, it's nothing but sound to you. You're still caught in the moment. Realization. You've won! You've won! So, okay, I guess I didn't get the undecideds last time because I was just super uncouth and unlikable. Man, who would have thought? The flood of nobles surges into the reception room, carrying you with it. Palace servants have already laid on a congratulatory feast, complete with central sugar sculptures for you decked in jewels. You don't know whether they made multiple versions or whether the kitchen staff were secretly on your side. It doesn't matter. Everyone wants to talk to you, to touch your hand and pledge their undying admiration of whether they voted for you or not. Even Lukamir makes a point of showing his gracious approval. The Thresher does not join in the festivities, but you catch sight of Kurundi at the edge of the room, watching over you as always. The drinks flow freely, and the party quickly grows raucous. This is only the beginning, of course. A little ad hoc festivity as a response to the day's events. The official galas will be far, far larger. After the celebration, an honor guard escorts you back to your quarters. You're no longer the Imperial Princess. You are the Empress-elect on your road to coronation. There's so much to do. You'll need to meet candidates for your Imperial Shadow. You'll need to consult with the High Pontifex about the coronation date. You have to move out of your old quarters. New dress fittings, new crowns to order. You flop across your bed exhausted, but too keyed up to relax. A chiming sound comes from your computer. You don't bother getting up to respond. You don't have the headspace to deal with more well-wishing right now. The screen activates by itself. Oh, I guess he recorded a congratulatory message before he died? Oh, good on him. Hello, daughter. This isn't possible. He's dead. Is this another mysterious recording? Congratulations on your victory. It seems that I was right. With a push, you could perform. A push? Does that mean he did this to you on purpose? Pity about the engagement, but I suppose you can't do everything right. I had originally planned to return if you reach this point, but I find that I'm enjoying my vacation. So, for the moment, I will allow you to rule on your own. Wait a minute, hold up. I just real shame about the engagement? I'm a clone of his dead wife. Oh. Was that the plan? Allow me? He continues as if he doesn't hear you. It must be a recording after all. You must have questions. There are many things you don't know about who you are and the nature of your power. With my guidance, you could be the greatest ruler this empire has ever known. We can conquer the galaxy together, you and I. But you're not ready for that yet. Furious, you rise from your bed to turn off the display, but I wouldn't tell anyone about this message if I were you. After all, I am still Emperor under the law. Reveal me and you throw away your throne before you've even had the chance to sit on it.
Enjoy your coronation. I'll be in touch when you need me. The display switches off and shuts itself down. Is this real? Or just a cruel trick? You reset the system and bring the display back up, only to find no trace of the video. No record that any message was played at all. Could you have imagined the whole thing? A hallucination from stress and lack of sleep? Or is this another secret Imperial override? It never ends, does it? The schemes, the mysteries. You'll be dealing with them for the rest of your life. You are the Empress-to-be, and this is your future. Her Imperial Majesty, Empress Zorana of the Celestial Empire, was crowned by the hands of the High Pontifex in the Basilica of Shadows on Kedrau, in a ceremony broadcast live across the galaxy. Receive this ring of royal dignity. Receive this rod of judgment and might. Receive this sword which divides the stars. Receive this crown and all the connections it carries. All the primasirs of the Imperial planets, all the members of the Imperial Comitia, including Lukamir, and all the highest-ranking nobles of the Empire, knelt to proclaim their loyalty, then stood to heap praises and jubilation upon the head of their new ruler. The galaxy rejoiced. After securing Zorana's safety through the coronation and the selection of an Imperial Shadow, Grundy requested the right to retire from the position of Imperial Thresher and take up a private life. Oh, good for her. Good for her. While Grundy had not technically failed in her responsibility to safeguard Emperor Dragosin, since he was apparently alive and well, Zorana did not feel that she had earned any honors either. Zorana decreed that the Thresher could not retire for at least the next Fivum, at least not unless she managed to solve the mystery of Zorana's father. An Imperial wedding required almost as much time and effort to arrange as a coronation. The attendance might be smaller, but the traditions were more flexible, which meant endless discussions, debates, and compromises. Fire's mother, Eve, was constantly helping by suggesting different additions to the marriage, such as the moonlight reflecting pool or the choir of carefully bred crickets that chirped chords. Fire made no input himself, preferring to let his mother have her way without any fuss. To Zorana, he whispered that she viewed this marriage as her last great achievement, so he might as well let her enjoy it. They'd have time to organize their own lives later. Zorana wondered at times what had become of her brother, the former Prince Voshgot. After all, if he hadn't defected, he might now sit the Imperial throne instead of her. She still couldn't understand how or why he'd thrown it all away. It didn't matter. He'd made his choice. He'd abandoned the Empire. He'd never even tried to contact Zorana except for maybe some vague platitudes after her father's death. But those weren't even signed from him. Did he care at all? He certainly hadn't sent any congratulations for her coronation. If there had ever been a chance for answers, it had passed. There were rising squawks of discontent among the Heru after Zorana's coronation. The assassin who had been apprehended at the Heru Prime reception was only one of many willing to risk their lives in protest over the supposed tyranny of the Empire. A petition was sent to the Comitia requesting that Heru Prime be granted a third elector in order to improve parity between the Heru and the other Imperial races. Zorana dismissed it out of hand. They didn't support her. If they didn't support her, why should she support them? Something very unusual was happening in the remote sector of Heru 2. Ever since Dragosin's former Legate of Science took up a research position there, increasing amounts of material and young graduates were funneling into the area. Zorana had no strong bonds or contacts within the sector, unless she wanted to barge in with an official inquiry and shut everything down. She'd have to rely on intelligence reports to solve the puzzle. Zorana sent agents to investigate privately, but all they could deduce was that it was definitely not weapons research. Definitely not weapons research. If anything, it appeared to be some kind of colonization effort with discussions about construction and atmosphere conversion. But how and where did they think that they could build a colony? Were they secretly dealing with the Grib? Was this another separatist movement? Zorana decided to add a military presence to the Heru 2 sector to keep an eye on the situation, even if it did cause more unrest.
A more official proposal came through for the establishment of self-government on the largest moon of Svargas, and Zorana spoke in favor. It would be at least a Fivum before that territory was established enough to request official representation in the Comita, but change was coming. The Tharkan system would grow stronger. Since Zorana had not been of age to officially join the military before the election, and as a reigning monarch could no longer carry out any sort of active duty, there was a faction of Tharkans which considered her weak and ineffectual. They had no intention of trying to unseat the Empress. A weak ruler could be an opportunity for a strong Comita. Irlati brought with her a host of aides, mostly Mao and Miro, to support her duties as Lord Chancellor. Every palace department was monitored for performance and discipline, and low-skilled workers reassigned elsewhere. While the Chancellor's metrics showed nothing but efficiency and improvement, morale among civil servants was suffering under the stress. Junior clerks reported feeling like prey under her gaze, likely to be clawed apart at the first sign of weakness. Irlati also made a suggestion that the cabinet should include a spirit whisperer from the Blind Eye, rather than rely solely on the High Pontifex for spiritual guidance. Zorana claimed she would take it under advisement. Privately, she had no intention. She had never quite trusted the shamans and their mysterious ways, and the Mao had influenced enough already. After the election, Zorana enjoyed a great upswelling of support on the Twin Worlds. She was young, she was beautiful, and she was their new empress. Lovesick adolescents burned their hair and slashed their palms as proof of their adoration and loyalty. Applications flooded in from those hoping to become her concubines. The revelation of her genetic parentage raised questions for Zorana. She was raised Merkin, but the blood was Novan. Her blood was Novan. She had chosen the Empire and been blessed by the hand of the High Pontifex, but was that truly the faith she wanted to follow? After a period of soul-searching, Zorana decided to affirm her choice of the identity she had always believed in. The new information was an addition, not a change. Her heart belonged to the Empire. As soon as she was old enough, she made her dedications at the temple and was marked with the traditional tattoos of adulthood. The constellation chosen for her was the Gate of Heaven, the passage between realms that awaits all souls in the end. The child who might or might not have been Dragosin's son was raised by the temples in obscurity. He was not told of his supposed former identity, and even the name his mother gave him was stripped from him. Zorana never visited. He wasn't family, after all. Under Zorana's guidance, the Celestial Empire maintained its distance from the other galactic powers in order to focus on the welfare of its own citizens. Foreigners were untrustworthy and might be vectors of disease. Trade deals were only worthwhile so long as the Empire always kept the upper hand. As for Crystal Nova, they had abandoned her long before. She owed them nothing new. True to his word, Fire had no interest in interfering with Zorana's life. He was friendly and personable. He made appropriate appearances at any official festivity that he was invited to attend, but otherwise he kept to himself. Zorana was his colleague, not his lover. It was a solid, peaceful arrangement, except that it also left Zorana to field the constant calls from Fire's mother, demanding updates and making pointed suggestions about a proper relationship. The one thing that Fire did want was children, as soon as possible. Luckily, Imperial technology meant that this was not even an inconvenience for Zorana. A son and a daughter were dutifully produced and handed off to the arms of their loving papa. Zorana would get to know them later when she was a little less busy. For the first Fivum after her coronation, Zorana anxiously anticipated another message from the wayward Emperor Dragosin, but no such word ever came. What was he up to out among the stars? Was he plotting to retake the throne, or to overthrow some other galactic power? Had his false death become reality, or was he still lurking in the shadows, biding his time? As Empress, Zorana commanded the heart of the people. She was beloved, feared, and admired by all, and they would gladly give their lives in her service. And thus, her legacy stretched into the future. There we go. That's Galaxy Princess Zorana. We finally did it! We won. So yeah, I mean, that's probably going to be it for Galaxy Princess Zorana on the channel. I mean, I suppose in theory we could run it back and really try to dig into the, in particular, the secrets surrounding Crystal Nova. But I feel like this is actually a decent place to end the series. Pretty climactic. Like, I feel like I'll probably want to dig into that a bit on my own time, but I think this has run its course. This was fun. I really appreciate the strategy element of it. I like these sort of political simulation games. You don't see them too often, just because, you know, politics, it's a messy thing. It's hard to simulate, right? Because you gotta... what's the term? You're abstracting it so much, but it's like, it's the specifics and stuff where it lives. And not to mention in the video game context, right? You're stuck with like binary choices and stuff a lot, which doesn't necessarily reflect how actual rhetoric and debate and stuff goes. But yeah, that was nice. I guess I'll save the log. Alright, let's go to the title. There's a checklist. Huh. Only action was at least 24 votes. Sheesh. Destroyed someone's reputation. So I guess it would be if you blackmailed someone and then they didn't capitulate, but you went through and it worked. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely more stuff that can be done here, but I'm relatively satisfied. I wanted to win the election. We did so. We won the game. Mastered it. Like I said, on my own time, I'll probably come back at some point and take a look at trying to really uncover the Novan secrets. I mean, I don't think it's that... Here's the thing. In theory, I don't think it'd be that hard. I think you probably could do it in one more run. Like, I'm betting it's probably... It's probably got to do with the puzzle box. And then I bet if you've done the puzzle box, it'll probably unlock something when you meet the Novans. I'm willing to bet. So, like, I don't think it's that hard, but, like, if it's not exactly that, like, we could be... You know, it could be, like, several runs of, like, nothing happening. And so I feel like this is the right place to end this. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed. I certainly have. This, I guess, opens up slots to try out some new, different games, though. So that's always exciting. But until next time, I've been CMeeCraft, and I'll catch you next stream and or video. Goodbye.